testimony under MCL 766.11 B1A. People move to advance people's proposed exhibit 1, the state police, or excuse me, not state police, Livonia Police preliminary narcotic field test.
And have defense counsel had a chance to review that?
Yes, as I have it, I will leave it at the court's discretion.
Okay.
And on that, there's 2 separate ones, Your Honor, just because there's 2 separate bags that were recovered with suspected controlled substance. The first one was tested, description of the bag. The description of the evidence is 230024779.006. It's a large bag of 3 clear plastic bags of suspected fentanyl. The test was a fentanyl reagent that was done by Officer Michaels, and it tested positive for approximate weight of evidence, 210 grams. And the second test that was done by the same officer, Livonia narcotic field test, second bag, it was just 1 clear plastic bag of suspected fentanyl, was done type of test of fentanyl reagent, and that test came back positive for approximate weight of 44.7 grams.
Are you asking for us to be able to add 1 exhibit or 2?
Your Honor, if I could put it in as 2, just because they are 2 different, I would say the first one is people's proposed exhibit 1, the second one is people's proposed exhibit 2.
Okay. I'll admit it for exam purposes only, and the statute that allows for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay, if there's anyone on YouTube or Zoom who is a witness that may testify in this case, now is your time to log off as well in the courtroom. If there are any witnesses or anyone who may testify, now is your time to exit the courtroom. I see you have an officer in charge at the table, is that correct?
Yes, it's Officer Love. I have indicated to defense counsel that at today's proceedings, he will not be testifying.
No objection?
No.
Okay, you call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Dominic Michaels. Thank you.
The last name is actually no A. The last name is MICH.
Oh, thank you.
Officer, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Make sure once you sit down. Right. And ready, Ms. Carriage?
Yeah. Good morning, officer. I'm going to ask you a set of questions. I'm a little hard to hear, so if you speak into the mic, if it's easier for you, you can also place it on your lap. If there's any question I ask that you do not understand, please let me know and I can help you. Can you restate your name for the record, please?
Dominic Michaels.
And Mr. Michaels, where are you currently employed, sir?
With Livonia Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm assigned to our intelligence bureau.
You're an officer with the Intelligence Bureau?
Yes.
How long have you been an officer?
Roughly 6 years.
In that time, I know you said you're in the Intelligence Bureau. Have you had any specialized training, like narcotics training or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Were you employed in this capacity with the Livonia Police Department on June 13th, 2023.
Yes,
Do you recall if you were working by yourself or with partners that day?
I was working with partners.
How many partners were you working with that day? Do you recall?
Don't recall the exact number. Recall was working I had.
Okay, okay. Were you in uniform on that day, sir?
No.
And did your duties as a Livonia police officer take you at 17198 Lenore Street, the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes,
And can you please tell us why you were at this location?
we were there to execute a narcotics search warrant.
May I ask, was this the first time that you had ever been at that location?
No,
How many times had you been at that location prior to this day executing the search warrant?
at least 2 times prior.
On the times prior to executing this search warrant, had you ever observed anyone at that location?
Yes,
Is any one that you observed in the support room today?
yes.
Would you please indicate where that person is in the article of clothing that they're wearing?
The gentleman to your right there, he's wearing a white and blue checkered shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
So reflect.
Thank you. Now, on the day that you executed the search warrant, was the defendant at this home?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of where the defendant was?
Yes,
Where was that?
while we were executing the search warrant, the defendant was in custody of the Livonia Police Department jail.
Okay. On the day that you executed the search warrant at this location, I understand you indicated the defendant was there. Was there anyone else at this location, whether it be on the property or inside the dwelling?
No,
Do you recall how entry was made into this dwelling?
I do, yes.
And how was that?
When the raid team approached the house, we previously gathered a key to the front door of the residence.
You said you gathered a key?
Correct.
Okay, where did you gather a key from?
It was obtained from the defendant when he's taken into custody prior to the execution of the search warrant.
And when did you obtain that key from the defendant?
He was stopped, taken into custody an hour or so before the execution of the search warrant. The key was turned over to members of the raid team.
Was the execution of the search warrant only for the home, the dwelling, or anywhere else?
Was the dwelling and the surrounding privilege.
Okay. When you say surrounding privilege, what else is on the property?
A detached garage.
Was the key that you obtained,
Objection, leave.
could you please tell us could you tell us how many keys were obtained?
There was at least 2 keys obtained.
Okay, and can you tell us what those 2 keys could unlock?
Okay, so the first of the 2 keys, there's a key to the front door of the residence on the north. The second key was to a padlock, that was used to secure the garage door, the detached garage.
After making entry into the home, sir, could you please describe the interior of the home?
Sure. So upon entry, immediately off to your right, there's a living room. There's 2 couches, or a couch and love seat. There's a television. Just a little bit past that, there's a kitchen, refrigerator, sink. There's some various food items, drinks in the truck kitchen and the refrigerator. A little bit further through the house, there was a a bedroom that contained hand tools and some home improvement supplies, to say. A little bit further into it, there was a restroom and there's another bedroom, mattress, some male clothing, shoes,
Is it some male clothing,
male clothing.
shoes? Was that all that was in the house, or was there more furnishings? Was it a fully furnished house?
Would say it was fully furnished. It was, I want to say halfway furnished, but I mean, there's furniture, mattresses, couches. Don't recall any other furniture.
And could you please tell us, what was your role in the execution of this search warrant?
I was assigned to be the officer responsible for ultimately collecting, recovering whatever evidence was collected there, transporting it back to the police station.
So let's talk about that. Did you recover or collect anything relevant to this case today?
Yes,
Did you recover more than one item in regards to this case today?
yes, I did.
So just for efficiency purposes, let's go through those items that you collected or recovered, excuse me. Let's start wherever you like. Could you please tell us one of the items that you collected relevant to this case?
There was, just like me to list it from top to bottom or just one piece at a time?
Yes, if you want to list it from top to bottom, and then we'll go into detail. We'll break it down.
Sure. Was suspected narcotic packaging, scale, the paperwork with the defendant's information on it.
I just asked that you not read from the document. You need to refresh your recollection on it. Just ask that you not read.
Yes, please, as defense said, if you can attempt to do it based on memory, if you don't recall or need to refresh, please let myself know, and we will ask permission to have you refresh your memory. Okay?
Okay. All right. I'm not reading my report here, just sitting on my bench.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. So you just indicated suspected narcotics, scale, residency paperwork, and please continue.
There was 2 quantities of fentanyl recovered. I believe that's all that's recovered there. I refer to my report to refresh my memory. Make sure I didn't miss anything.
Your Honor, do you have your report with you, or do you
I do.
need me to show it to you?
I have
Okay, any objections? If you could please review your report for any additional items that you collected on that day relevant to this case. Once you have reviewed it and your memories are fresh, please let us know. We'll continue the question.
It does not appear that I left anything out.
I'm sorry?
I did not leave anything out of there as far as what I
Okay.
collected and covered.
So let's start with the suspected narcotics that you mentioned.
Yes.
I know you mentioned it sounded like multiple, so could you please indicate, let's start with first suspected narcotics that was recovered.
There was 210 grams, 210.1 grams. I later field tested of fentanyl. That was divided into 3 bags, which was put into a larger bag. That larger bag was inside of a smoker, or you could call it a grill. It was in the corner of the garage, the detached garage for the residence.
So you recovered one large bag that had 3 smaller bags of a weight of 210 grams of what you suspected to be fentanyl in a smoker in the garage. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Can you describe what the substance looked like in these smaller bags and why you suspected it to be fentanyl?
It was a fine, light brown powder. Based on my experience in the past, conducting numerous narcotics tests, tested fentanyl numerous times before. I'm familiar with what it looks like, so I suspected what was in the bags to be fentanyl.
And you indicated that this was located in the garage.
That's correct.
Can I ask you, and I just want to back up a little bit just to cover our bases, how did you make entry into the garage?
There was a padlock that had the garage secured shut. We utilized the key that we recovered from the defendant prior to the execution of the search warrant. Utilized that key to unlock the padlock.
That 210 gram bag with the 3 bags inside. Did you or anyone else do any preliminary analysis after your assumption of what that it was controlled substance?
Once back at the police station, I conducted a field test with fentanyl reagent kit.
And what did that field test result in?
I indicated a positive response for the presence of fentanyl.
Your Honor, may the record reflect as a preliminary matter that was already read in, officer is referencing to the narcotic field test report read in of the 210 grams that was tested positive for fentanyl. Officer,
Is that exhibit 1?
I'm sorry?
Exhibit 1?
Yes, thank you. Sir, aside from that particular bag, was any other suspected narcotics recovered during this search or execution? Execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was. There was a Clorox bleach bottle, a stash can disguised as a Clorox bleach bottle that was located on the rafters in that detached garage. Inside of that stash can, there was a bag of, at the time, what we suspected, when I later field tested, confirmed to be fentanyl, 44.7 grams of fentanyl inside of that stash.
Sir, can you, just like you did with the previous one, describe the packaging or the substance that was, you said you also tested this one?
That's correct.
Okay, that was tested, that was recovered from the Clorox bleach and rat.
So, same thing with the previous fentanyl that was recovered. It's fine, powdery, light brown substance. Same thing is consistent with majority of the fentanyl I've seen before and tested, very positive.
And what was the packaging? Was it just freely? I'm trying to gauge how it was in this car.
It was in a, what you would call it, a sandwich bag, a clear plastic bag within the stash can.
And you indicated, you personally did a preliminary analysis on this?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the weight again?
44.7 grams.
And when you did this preliminary analysis, sir, of the suspected narcotics recovered in the garage rafters in that Clorox bleach, could you tell me what it resulted?
That resulted in a positive response.
Your Honor, the record could reflect the report that was read in as preliminary matter. People proposed exhibit 2, the 44.7 grams that tested positive for fentanyl. Okay. Thank you. So to clarify, both those items were found in the padlock garage.
That's correct.
Were any other narcotics recovered at that location?
No.
Sir, I understand you stated your experience and your training with narcotics. I'd like to ask you, based on the training and your experience, was I'll ask specifically of the 210 grams of tested fentanyl that you recovered, is this indicative of personal use?
Absolutely.
Why do you say that?
Typically, personal use, so we're gonna have a personal use on fentanyl on them, or the half gram, maybe gram and a half range of fentanyl on them. Nowhere near the 210 grams that was recovered. Typically, also, when you find that large quantity of fentanyl or narcotics, indication that it's not just a user amount, it's be hard to obtain that large amount. If the person that was obtaining was just a user, typically only trusted sources are indicating large amounts, such that the 210 grams that was there.
So I don't want to make any assumptions, so I'm just going to ask. So roughly, and I can't really state for sure, but roughly based on your experience, what would be the street value of 210 grams of fentanyl? And this is not including the 44 grams of fentanyl.
Objection is has no bearing on the charges.
People feel,
Wait, did you not hear the objection? Oh, excuse me.
I said it has no bearing on the charges. The value of the controlled substance in question is he indicated that it's not for personal use, it's in distribution, doesn't matter what the value is.
fair. I understand, I appreciate that, I'm just putting it on the record. I know this is just a probable cause hearing, but let's take it a step further based on the fact that this is a charge of manufacturing and delivering. So I don't want there to be any questioning as far as why we charge it as such as opposed to just that.
The value, I don't know how that would change my decision. Because if it was for personal use, it would be the same price versus other. I don't see how the price of the 210 grams.
I don't want to say too much, Your Honor, because I don't want to put words in any. But that's fine, if that is.
Maybe if you want to clarify some questions as to, or flush out what personal use purchase look like, I don't know, but I don't think the value of it.
I think he indicated that personal use is like a half a gram to a gram, so we have well over, in total, well over 250 grams here, but that is fine. If no bearing, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Officer, you indicated that paperwork was recovered at the location. Can you indicate what paperwork you're referencing to?
Yes, so there was a document, piece of paper, it said 2022 year performance review. It was addressed to the defendant.
I'm going to object this to hearsay. It violates the best evidence for we're going to introduce the contents of the right.
Your Honor, this is a probable cause hearing. This is just a show proof of residency. This is common practice to list all the evidence found. Again, it's probable cause for a trier fact, question of fact for a trier fact. If they want to take that trial and review the evidence.
Okay,
They're just indicating.
I don't want to know the content and what was in whatever the document is, just what the document appeared to be to them.
Okay,
So
so,
read the document about whatever your performance review would be reading off the document.
understand. May I ask who the document is addressed to?
Sure.
Who is the document addressed to?
The defendant can't be.
Was there an address? And Oh, and I apologize, where was this document recovered?
Located in the kitchen of the residence.
I didn't hear you.
The kitchen of the residence.
Also, you indicated that that you also recovered a scale at, during this search. Can you, please elaborate on that?
There was a black digital scale that was located in located on the top shelf in the closet in the southeast bedroom.
You said closet of the bedroom?
Correct.
Was, just to clarify which bedroom this is this one of the bedrooms that you described initially? Or if it's easier, could you please describe this bedroom?
So it's
That's the relevance of the description of the bed.
This is the bedroom with the furniture with the male clothing or the other bedroom?
don't recall being within the it was within the other bedrooms, other residents with the hand tools. Right.
With the hand tools?
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Officer, are you aware of anyone else on your team that you did not recover? If anyone else on your team recovered anything else that was relevant to this case?
I guess you clarify that a little bit.
Yes, was there anything else recovered at this location? Because I believe we went through the items you indicated. And let me just make it easier. Is there any other item that you observed recovered or that you recovered at this location that we did not just go into detail about? Do you know if any of your other team recovered anything additional?
Not that we haven't already discussed.
Covering these items, can you please tell me what you did with the items that were covered in this search?
I transport them back to the police department, then from there, there's the safe that we have in our office, secure that safe.
There are no further questions, thank you.
Ross?
Yes, very good. Good afternoon, or good morning, Investigator Michaels.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated you work in the intelligence department for the Livonia Police Department, is that correct?
That's correct.
What city was Mr. Ward arrested?
He's arrested in the city of Romulus.
Okay. And at the time, you agreed that you didn't have a warrant for his arrest, is that correct?
Did you say that one more
At
time?
the time that he was taken into custody, you agreed that he didn't have a warrant for his arrest at that particular time, correct?
There was no warrant. He was taken into.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. But you did have a warrant to search his residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you'd agree that he was taken into custody and then the warrant that you had in your possession to search his residence was executed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now, you also authored a police report in this particular case, right?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that in your police report, you indicated that you tried the key unsuccessfully to open the front door and you ended up using a ram to force entrance to the front door, correct?
RAM was utilized. However, the key was inserted. Just given officer safety concerns because the deadbolt was catching, utilized the RAM so that entry was made quicker, so that we didn't have the raid team standing in front of the doors, a dangerous spot to be before going into a residence. After the fact though, once the scene was secure, the key to that door was tested and it worked for that front door.
Did you put that information in your police report? That you confirmed that the key actually did open the front entry door?
I did not specify in my report. No.
In fact, the only thing that you indicated in your police report specifically is that you tried the key without success, correct?
That's not correct.
Well, let me ask you, and you correct me, maybe I'm reading this incorrect. The residents, after attempting to utilize your house keys without success, you use those words, correct?
That part is correct, yes, but further on through the report, near the end, the last one or two pieces of evidence tags, I indicate that the key to the residence of the front door from the north was recovered, indicating that it was the key that works through the deadbolt there at the door.
Okay, so would you agree that just from reading that, you said the key was recovered, I would have to have a conversation with you to know the other information about how you tested the door, how you utilized the key, correct?
I understand the issue of the specification.
So you can appreciate, you and I haven't talked about this issue, right?
Say-
You and I haven't dialogued about this issue before today, correct?
That's correct.
And you'd agree that if an individual was reading this police report from the portions that I read, we wouldn't know that the deadbolt access was confirmed and utilized until last one had a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Reading the last piece of evidence or last piece or two of evidence collected, I suppose it's open to interpretation. It's not indicating that it's the key that's for that residence. One would assume if it's listed being the key for the residence, it'd be the one that works for that door.
Okay. Now, you'd agree that you can testify that you have been to this residence on two particular prior locations, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you author a police report in relationship to your two prior visits to that location?
I did not offer a police report, but there would be pre-raid surveillance conducted.
And when you have pre-raid surveillance notes, when you have pre-raid surveillance, are there notes taken for that?
There are.
Okay. Did you yourself take notes in relationship to the pre-raid surveillance that was done?
I did not.
Who was present at the location that you claim to observe Mr. Ward there at the location on this prior day?
Are you asking who from my team was present there?
I'm asking who you observed at the location on North Street on those prior days.
The defendant.
Okay, he's there by himself?
I observed the incident, yes.
Okay, was there ever a point in time where someone else joined him at the location?
During surveillance.
Yes.
There was one, yes.
All right, who was that individual?
It's an unidentified individual.
An unidentified person?
Specify that.
Your Honor, is there relevance to other people?
So who was there at the location when he conducted his pre-raid surveillance? How would it not be relevant?
Well, again, because this is probable cause for that particular day for the search. Anything that happened prior to, I believe, would have been used in the search warrant that already signed off for probable cause with a different judge.
You asked about it on direct.
No, I did ask if he had seen anyone that was in this courtroom. I did not ask as far as every person that took that.
I didn't ask about every person. The question on direct examination was, when you were there at the location the previous two times, who did you see there? He identified the defendant, right? I'm asking who else was there?
I believe he answered saying an unidentified person.
Okay, what's the relevance of it to the?
So if there's other individuals that are present at the location, there could be other individuals that are maintaining and operating this as a drug house, which would make it relevant to my investigation, but potentially be exculpatory evidence.
Right, so one of the things to consider is who operates or owns or.
Correct, Your Honor.
as well.
I do not disagree, but I believe that is for a question of fact, for a trier of fact, with probable cause of, going into anybody. Obviously, at a trial, more than just this officer we called, I'm sure other observants may have occurred. Sure, there could have been lots of people that, but at this
That
point.
would matter.
It would, but I
So
mean,
I
it's,
don't have to ignore it.
no, I'm not telling you.
If there's been testimony or question, or you're asking who else was there, he's exploring that there's another person. Yeah, it could come out of testimony, that person had a key as well, so I think it could be relevant, I don't know where it's going, it may not go anywhere, but as far as another person having any type of being in control, some type of ownership of the house is relevant for the problem.
Okay, well, could we, phrase the questioning to that if you observe the other person to have dominion or control of the house? Or what do you observe the other person do?
You got on record. All right, the description of the individual that you saw on that particular day, have you seen that individual before? At the residence?
Could you ask that question one more time?
Certainly, the other individuals that you saw at the Lenore Street during your pre-race surveillance, is that an individual that you've seen at the location before?
No.
Okay. How did this individual gain access to the property?
Which individual are you referring to?
The other individual that you said was unidentified, how did they gain access to the property?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe you said that he had access to the property, he just viewed someone there.
And he can say that.
But that would, I don't think he is, he didn't say that the person went to the house.
I'm saying, did you see the other person go inside the home?
No, I did not. I observed him in the area of the front of the residence.
Okay.
Did not observe that.
Did you ever see that individual go to the garage?
Where I was observing the home from, that would have been out of view, so I can't say if they were or were not in the garage.
Now, you indicated that you believe that the Lenore home is Mr. Ward's residence, is that correct? You indicated that on the record?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't recall asking him if he believed it was his residence. I asked.
I'm
him
not-
if he
Well, I'll
understood
get the answer, he's clarifying. I need to hear his answer as well.
I believe it's a residence he has access to, or as he said, has control over. If it's his primary residence or not, I don't believe that I indicated that, but I believe it's a residence that he has access to, control in some manner, yes.
So you testified that on 2 prior occasions, you've seen him at the residence, correct?
Correct.
How long was he there?
Time that I observed him, say roughly maybe an hour or so each time that I was observing.
Okay. So he's at the location for maybe an hour or so, correct?
As far as when I was observing.
Okay. And then ultimately, you were able to get additional information from Mr. Ward once after he's arrested, is that correct?
Additional information as far as what?
Did you ever learn as to whether or not he was associated with an address in Inkster?
I did, yes.
And that the Inkster address ever been to a location that you had been to, or only address on the North Street?
Are you asking if I've been to an address in Inkster in relation to
This is
Mr. Ward? I was, yes.
Okay. And you've seen him there at that location before, correct?
I have not personally seen him at that location.
So you, in order to establish connectivity from Mr. Ward in this particular case, one of the things that you're relying on is keys that were taken from him when he was arrested, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're relying on a document that you said that you recovered that has his name on it on the inside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
So you couple that together and then you arrive at your conclusion that he has dominion and control of the resident based upon the fact that you've also seen him there before in addition to these items, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in relationship to narcotic sales, you have training and experience in identifying what's traditionally referred to as hand-to-hands.
That's correct.
On the prior time that you were at the location, would you ever see, would you consider to be hand-to-hand transactions?
Did I physically witness him do a hand-to-hand transaction at the residence?
Yes.
What you're asking? I did not physically witness that, no.
Okay. Who authored the search warrant in this particular case, the affidavit?
You asked who the applicant was?
Yes.
Officer Taylor.
Is that a collective process in terms of what individuals have observed at the location? Or is that a singular individual putting their thoughts into the affidavit that you?
It's a collective process. We work as a team, so the team's observations are essentially, or ultimately gathered by the applicant who completes the affidavit.
At the conclusion of the investigation, or when an individual is charged or arrested, what happens to the three-raid surveillance?
As far as, are you asking, do we keep a copy of them? Are they documented?
Correct.
We keep them as a part of our file.
And would you agree with me that those would be transferred and provided to the prosecutor's office as well for purposes of discovery?
Possibly, I'm not aware if they were or were not, or if that's something that was requested.
Are you able to testify as to specific dates where you observed Mr. Ward at the location interacting with an unknown individual?
I would be able to, not at the moment without referring to previous notice.
Okay, you would have to rely on your surveillance notes, right? There's nothing in your discovery that would allow you to point to the particular, there's nothing in your police report that would allow you to pinpoint the particular date that we were there previously. Fair to say.
Other than the date that the search warrant was executed, I could go back in time and I could give you, at least one of the dates. However, as far as other ones are concerned, no, I don't.
Thank you. I think we're-
Questions on certain paragraphs. Trenton, inquired, in regards to your knowledge of defendant's arrest. And I am curious, do you know why he was arrested?
He was taken into custody based off of probable cause for prior delivery of heroin.
Objection, that would be here, sir.
And he opened the door to this. He asked him earlier as to if there was a warrant, and where he asked him the information and opened the door to him providing additional information as to, it wasn't hearsay when he asked, so I'm sure why it's hearsay now.
Well, one, may I respond?
Yes.
So, did you have an arrest warrant for Anthony Ward? Is a yes or no question? He said no. How does that open the door to her saying, why was he arrested?
Your Honor, because he now left it lingering, he asked if there's not a, obviously, I don't want to say it goes without saying because it doesn't. If he doesn't have an arrest warrant, and he indicated he doesn't have an arrest warrant, it's just a follow-up question, then why was he arrested?
So, I'm sustaining the objection just because the question is asked on cross, doesn't mean the rules of evidence will apply on redirect. The answer, that I will accept that it was probable cause, they had probable cause to arrest him. But to go into the context as to why he was arrested, if he was not the one who arrested him, and had his own personal knowledge, then it would be hearsay.
And that's fine, Your Honor, that's all we were looking was for the probable cause. That's it, that's fine, thank you. And to clarify, defense inquired about the keys. Did you have to, and went into a little bit more detail with the forced entry attorney, where you recovered the narcotics? Was forced entry made there?
No, it was not. One of the keys which was recovered from the defendant for the padlock to the garage, which is where we had covered the narcotics at.
Thank you, I just wanted to clarify that. And finally, defense inquired about, after the fact, information that you or your team obtained. I know that we didn't go into that, so I won't ask, but in regards to any information that the defendant provided you with as far as locations. You mentioned the different locations. Do you recall this question that the defense asked you?
Referring to any question regarding the residence in Inkster?
Correct.
Yes.
Did, was any information provided in regards to the actual location that you searched?
I think I understand the question there.
So the question was that your answer was that the defendant provided you information of a residency in Inkster. Did he provide you any information in regards to his affiliation with the location here in Detroit that you searched?
As far as information being provided about the residents in Detroit or Inkster, that would have been provided to Officer Chamber, not provided to myself directly. From the defendant.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other witnesses?
I'm sorry,
Any other witnesses?
Your Honor, the people would like to call Officer Sam Taylor.
That's a request, officer. I mean, it's not a try.
This is true. I'm just trying to be effective here.
Right, you always say this is a proper cause standard.
I know, Your Honor, and if I'm getting any indication that we're good here, I can close it, but I'm just, Officer Tamer was, his name has been mentioned, and, because Officer Tamer, excuse me, did read the defendant his Miranda rights and actually had a verbal statement, providing information in regards to this
You
particular.
took the defendant's statement,
Pardon me?
you took the defendant's statement,
The verbal statement.
okay. Oh,
Thank you. I'll be with you.
Is there anyone?
I do. Make sure you speak up in the microphone.
Officer, did you want to say your name, please?
Officer Sam Taylor.
Could you please tell us, where you're currently employed and what capacity?
I work for the Illinois Police Department on the side of the intelligence.
And, I don't want to take up too much of your time and a lot of information was already provided in earlier testimony, so, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions here. Were you employed in this capacity on June 13th, 2023?
I was.
And did your duties as the Illinois police officer take you at Avenue 17198 North Street in the city of Detroit County, Plain?
It did.
And, why were you at this location?
We executed it in narcotic search.
And did you have the opportunity, and well, let me first start with asking, what was your role in this investigation or the execution of the search warrant?
I was on the entry team. We made entry and I assisted with searching the residence.
Did you have contact with any suspects affiliated with the search
At the time of the search,
or after?
I did after the search warrant was executed.
Was anyone arrested in affiliation to the search warrant?
Prior to the search warrant, yes,
Did you have contact with that person?
I did.
Did you be able to identify that person if you saw them against that?
I would.
Please tell us that person's in the courtroom and if so, where they are and article clothing they wear.
He is wearing a flag button down, seated to the right.
Your Honor, I'm in order to reflect the identification of the defendant, please.
So,
Officer Tamer, you said you had contact with the defendant. What type of contact did you have with the defendant?
I conducted a post-Miranda interview at the Warren Police Station after the execution of the search.
So, Your Honor, defense is stipulated,
For exam purposes, that.
for exam purposes, for the constitutional rights, the Miranda rights, that were provided to to the defendant by Officer Tamer. If you'd like, I can still go into more detail. I was just trying to expedite. Thank you. Just to verify, you did provide him his Miranda rights,
I did,
and he did sign to understanding these rights,
he did,
and he appeared lucid and not under the influence.
he did not.
After signing the Miranda rights that are signed here and stipulated by defense, did the defendant freely and voluntarily provide you a verbal statement or any information in regards to the search warrant?
He did.
Will you please tell us what, if any information did he provide you in regards to his affiliation to that location of Lenore Street in Detroit, Michigan?
I stated that he stays there occasionally, and he does work for an elderly gentleman at the residence in hope to take over ownership of that residence.
He said in hopes to take over.
Yes,
Okay, so to clarify, he's doing, when you say work, like what kind of work?
he told me he was doing work inside the residence,
Okay.
inside the residence, and for an elderly gentleman, and that he was hoping to take over ownership of that residence in the future.
When, and I'm just trying to clarify, what type of work, what do you mean by that? Is he taking care of the elderly gentleman? Is he cleaning? What type of work did he indicate?
Around the residence itself,
Okay.
not caring for anybody, but general improvements to the residence.
And you indicated the reason he stated that he's doing these improvements for this elderly gentleman is in hopes to acquire the property?
Yes,
Did he provide any information about the home itself or the garage?
he stated that he had tools and equipment, landscaping related equipment inside of the garage at the Lenore residence.
The tools and landscaping equipment?
Yes, lawn, I guess I should clarify that, lawn care equipment,
Okay. Tools and lawn care equipment at the location.
yes.
Did he provide you any other verbal statements in regards to the Lenore Street location?
I think that's it.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Ross,
No, thank you.
You're all set? Nothing further, Your Honor.
any defense witnesses?
Thank you.
Okay, you can be an argument. Thank you, Your Honor. People move that defendant Anthony Kennard Ward be bound over on count one, controlled substance delivery manufacturing of another narcotic 50 to 449 grams and reserve argument. Thank you.
It's gonna be a fun evidentiary in circuit court for us, Judge.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
See you in circuit.
Oh. Yes, it's a question of fact, and I agree. It'll be very interesting, but it's not for me here today. I'll just place on the record that there was sufficient evidence and probable cause standard to line over the defendant on that one count of controlled substance delivery manufacturer 50 to 499 grams. Two exhibits admitted equal to almost 250 grams of preliminary field tested fentanyl through circumstantial evidence because the defendant was not at the house nor seen with any drugs or drug paraphernalia, and through constructive possession. With the facts from both officers, mainly the first witness, that the defendant did have in his possession once he was in custody, the key that eventually worked after using the ram to open the front door. That key eventually worked on the front door, according to the first testimony of the first officer, and also a key to the padlock of the garage, which would be considered part of the curtilage, as well as paperwork addressed to Mr. Ward, and through his statement that he occasionally stays at that residence and that he had, some tools that he stored, lawn care tools that he stored in the garage where the drug was found. As far as intent to distribute, I think there's the main issues, I'm not gonna run through all the facts. There was testimony that the amount of fentanyl found was not, in his experience, the amount that you would have for personal use, as well as there was testimony of a scale. He did not say what a scale would be used for, but it can be inferred that the scale is usually used to weigh and to separate, certain drugs, or it could be for something else. That's the question of fact. So with that, I will have you bound over, sir, to third circuit court. Your original on the information date will be 2 weeks from today. Calendar fell down on the wall. Check it here. July 21st at 9:00 a.m. And I don't know if it'll be in person or on Zoom. It depends on who you get. Okay, anything else for your party?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, there we go.
Okay, we are on the record. This is the people of the state of Michigan versus Rufus Chappelle, case 1060648. Sir Rufus Chappelle's charged with one count of embezzlement, $20,000 worth of less than $50,000. Set for an exam, the continuance, this will be day 3. Appearances,
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Ryan, here on behalf of the people, P54037.
Good morning, Judge Army Chambers, P63956, on behalf of Mr. Chappelle, stands on record to proceed.
Mr. Chappelle, you state your full name for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chappelle.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, any preliminary matters from either party? If there's anyone on YouTube or Zoom or in the courtroom who's a witness and may testify, now's your time to log off or exit the courtroom. Before we bring in the next witness, I just want to summarize as far as time, how many witnesses, and make sure that I have all the exhibits that have been admitted, just give us up to date. So I guess we can start with how many witnesses?
Your Honor, I briefly have to recall Mr. David Hoffmeister, who is short, very short, to testify that time. And I have 3 witnesses after that. One will be relatively short. I think 2 will be relatively short, and then the last witness will probably be a little longer. So as far as timing, when we break for lunch and things of that nature. Cut them loose, further ones.
Okay.
If you want.
So Mr. Hoffmeister, how long? That's just to finish up.
Yes, 20 minutes.
Let's start with him and then we'll come back and see if it's a good time to break for lunch or if we can go through another.
Okay, what time do you generally break for lunch? 12:30?
But if staff
Okay.
agrees to 1 o'clock, then I'm okay. I'll sit here without putting my staff.
No, I completely understand. So you generally break at 12:30. I will keep, maybe we'll get through the 2, maybe. I'll tell her to stick around. So when do you come back from lunch, Ryan? 1:30. 1:30? Okay.
1 hour.
All right. So I'll let the other 2 go to an early lunch if they want to until we come back at 1:30. Because I know we won't get through more than 2.
Okay. And then as far as exhibits,
Yes,
as far as the admitted exhibits,
yes.
I have,
I have 2 through 15.
okay, do you agree with that, Attorney Jenkins? I have 2 through 15, for some reason, number 12 is not checked off, but that's why I asked, because I know number 1 was not admitted.
Correct.
Number 12, if it was in my stack that I gave you, then it was admitted, but I just wanted to make sure.
It is, Ryan.
Okay, all right, so it was admitted, I just wanted to clarify. And we just had one that was not based off the employee history, at the beginning of the exam where they have to be entered through one of the witnesses here today.
Honestly, I don't know that it's gonna be necessary to even admit it,
Okay,
based on, testimony that's already been kind of presented and will continue to be so. So hopefully, we actually most likely would not need another date to have that witness come back.
that's great. Okay, anything else before Mr. Hoffmeister comes? Okay, let's get started. Bring him in.
May I step out and let them know who we, yes, and you can go. Thank you.
Court reporter, no.
And it's press 2.
tell you, go through the next one. Okay. You go through it. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. You guys recall David Hoffmeister. Can you just state your name and spell it again for the record?
David, D-A-V-I-D, Hoffmeister, H-O-F-M-E-I-S-T-E-R.
And sir, I recall you recall previously testifying at the last court hearing, correct?
Correct.
And there were some questions that were asked about holidays and whether or not you can have a state of Michigan vehicle over a holiday or on a holiday, things of that nature. And my recollection of your testimony was you were a little unsure. And have you since learned or made yourself more familiar or re-familiarize yourself with how the system works in that
I just
regard?
will object as to being asked and answered. I mean, you shouldn't call somebody to see them like his answer in the beginning and then go do some more research or trap them further, you know. Won't go as far as to say someone was coached, but you ask and answer.
It depends on how he refreshing.
Judge, my recollection of the testimony was when I asked him questions, he said he wasn't entirely sure. And I said, is that something that you could more familiarize yourself and clarify? He said, yes. So I have not spoken with, have you and I spoke since the last time you were in court?
It's still important to know how to re-familiarize yourself. If it's someone that you talk to, that would be hearsay.
Sure.
So it would have
Did
to.
you have access to your system, correct?
Correct.
The reservation
Well,
system.
if you can ask them how you found out.
That's, yes, I think without the lead.
So fair enough. I was just trying to, foundational questions. How was it in the sense of, using the system that you were able to, if at all, refresh your memory about the holidays?
When I got back from the last court hearing, went into the office, and there was two people there that I did ask, just as hearsay.
Okay, I still want to hear, without you telling me the court, what they said, I want to hear what you did.
I did research the manual that we use to download information from the manufacturer of the software. They gave us tips and guides on how to set up our system. And I refreshed my memory by looking at the section for how to use. No, that's hearsay. It's not refreshing. It's recollecting. He didn't know. Now he's reading it. And he said, oh, now I know. That's not refreshing.
I would disagree. You can use anything to refresh your memory.
That's not what he was doing.
So I think it needs to be clarified too, so he spoke to two people. How did that come into play with the manual that he was refreshing?
Did you refer to the manual before or after you spoke to some coworkers?
After.
Um,
And here's why. Just because I asked two people and each had a different answer. So it was clear that all of us were a little unsure of the exact way the system was set up. So that's why I went to the manual to clarify. There it is, Judge. He's not refreshing his recollection.
Is the manual available?
did you bring out portions of that manual? Do you have it with you?
I do not see.
Are they out in the? Let me, if I may, did you do anything in the system to verify or confirm what the manual indicates?
Yes.
So you actually went through and did it after you read the manual?
Yes.
I can get the manual portion if you'd like, but I was getting to the point before council objected, which he can, that he talked to people, he read the manual, and then he did it himself. Which I think is personal knowledge.
I'm lost. You did what?
So I think the best answer for me, and where it doesn't involve two people, and I don't know what information and how much of the people's conversation has assisted him with today's testimony. If the manual is what he's referring to, he can refresh his memory on that and provide answers. But I think it's a little, inappropriate for him to be able to leave from the stand, talk to other employees about.
No, I was gonna go get the manual.
Right, I'm talking about in between the last time we were here in court and today, without any specificity as to exactly what the conversation was, to know what he got from the manual and from the two individuals.
So may I ask who these employees are and whether or not they are witnesses in this matter?
And that's what I was gonna ask. I'm just trying to lay a foundation and, yes, were they witnesses? You're aware of a sequestration order in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Have you talked to any witnesses in this case?
They didn't know I was asking.
Well, are
Because of the
there,
case.
are the people you talked to witnesses that were subpoenaed to testify in court?
No.
Okay, so they're not witnesses.
Who are they then? That's
If
what
I
I
may,
would
Judge,
need to
if I
ask.
could continue.
Go ahead.
Ask a question.
His cross-examination.
Right, the judge, I mean, if we're gonna deal with who he's talking to, I mean, why don't we just ask who these people are? Because they need to be part of testimony, perhaps later on in the future.
We don't know what the conversation was between the two people, whether it was relevant. We can't get into it because we don't hearsay about it, so I don't know how important they are.
Right, me neither. But we don't know who they are.
And he is having. I don't feel that's relevant, so, but he can ask if he wants to on cross-examination. I don't think the fact that a witness goes back to talk to someone about, hey, how does the system, part of the system work? And they tell him what he thinks, and then he goes to the manual.
Judge,
I mean, there's nothing inappropriate in that. They're not witnesses, they're not subpoenaed, they're people in his department that he works with. He said, hey, can you tell me about holiday stuff? And one tells him one thing, one tells him another, it sounds like. And he went to the manual, and then he personally went into the system and did it himself to gain personal knowledge based on the manual.
just because they're not subpoenaed for the probable cause here today, doesn't mean that they're not witnesses. I know I can ask that question on cross-examination.
I think we're redirect also.
Now,
I recall
recall.
I recalled him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I recalled him as a witness, he was gone. There's nothing inappropriate with somebody learning more information in between court dates. There's nothing, it's not breaking a sequestration order, council knows that, a sequestration order only applies to witnesses that are here to testify at the exam.
then it's disingenuous to say that he's refreshing his recollection if he's learning new information.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
the
why
argument
I
was-
just want the manual.
Thank you, may I step out and get it? Where is
And
it?
as far as 2 names on cross, I will allow you to ask them. It may not be relevant, it may want to get into what he asked them, no problem.
This one,
Where did you, do you have a briefcase? Do you
yeah, I
have-
think Jamie knows it's in the back.
In your backpack, okay, may I step out?
Yes. Right, record. Or are you still looking for the manual?
No, I got So what, if anything, did you use to refresh your memory as to holiday reservations?
I use the manual and then doing a sample reservations.
And when you went into the reservation system to verify, what did you do? And how did you do it? And what did you learn?
First thing to do is we have what we call dummy accounts. Because as administrators, the system will let me do anything I want, even make a reservation, including a holiday. So we have dummy accounts like if it was an outside user. So we have restrictions that a normal user would making reservations. We used our W account and made a reservation that either started or ended on a holiday to see what the system would do. And then also made a reservation including a holiday in between the start and stop date.
And what, if anything, were you able to do?
If the reservation starts or stops on a holiday, the system will not let the person making the reservation go any further. They get a message saying they have to contact the system administrator, which is who you are at Vehicle Travel Services.
Holiday, is the state of Michigan normally open or closed on a holiday?
The state observes holidays. There are some offices like Michigan State Police and Public Food Services that are open, but it's an observed holiday.
Is VTS open or closed on a state observed holiday?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn on the other scenario that you described?
The other scenario is, like we use the 4th of July as a perfect example, because it was on Tuesday this year. If you make a reservation on a Monday, July 3rd, and bring it back on Wednesday, July 5th, with the holiday in between, the system will let you do that, as long as it doesn't start or stop. Which is what the manual describes on how it's set. Objection as to what the manual describes.
No objection, I was unresponsive. To the court, I hear you. I was trying to get to the part where he did something that he had personal knowledge of. So a person, a state of Michigan employee, if I understand your testimony correctly, can make a reservation that covers over a holiday period and just have to pick it up and return it on non-holiday days.
That's correct.
I did have some further records I wanted to just quickly introduce for you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit, Proposed Exhibit 13A. And Judge, I labeled it 13A because 13, as admitted, is some fuel purchases. 13A is also some additional fuel purchases. And if the court recalls, I did amend the offense dates to go back to 2015. So 13A is same type of records, however, they just go back to 2015 to the date that I had extended the offense date to. Do you recognize People's Proposed Exhibit 13A?
I do.
And what is it?
Fuel report from August 29, 2015 to January 31st, 2017. With fuel purchased using a particular fuel card.
Whose particular fuel card?
In this case, it was assigned to
And these fuel purchase records, same questions I asked in regards to People's Exhibit 13. These are records that VTS makes and keeps as part of your ordinary course of your business. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I know there was testimony about why and paying bills and keeping track, et cetera. So the same apply to these records?
That's right.
I would move to have them admitted at this time.
And this council seeing 13, proposing 13.
Yeah, it was given to me yesterday, Judge. Given to me today. With that said, I leave the court's discretion with the same objections that I had, I believe, to 13, with regards to, I believe my objection was to the dollar amount. Whatever objection I had to 13, I would keep with that. Other than that, of course.
In regards to the dollar amount objecting because.
Well, the fuel costs and all that, so that's irrelevant. How much,
Yes.
fuel was taken is not a part of this.
It says right here, I have the notes, fuel costs not to be considered or added as part of the 40,000, correct?
It's, the amounts aren't relevant, yes, but the fact that you use fuel, yeah, is relevant.
Okay.
But this, these dollar amounts, which I explained earlier, last time we were here, I didn't want to, edit the, document. But these numbers on this sheet are not being counted into the amount of the embezzlement as the testimony were called, testified to, last time, that the, mileage fee already encompasses the cost of the fee.
Okay, I will have the same note as I had on exhibit 13A,
Thank you.
admitted as exhibit 13A.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you what's been proposed as people, handing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 14A, you recognize that?
I do.
And I'm also gonna give you, if I may, Your Honor, again, people's proposed 15A. Do you recognize that?
Plus 15. I do.
And what?
Plus 15.
I do. Okay, copy as well. That one. Do you recognize 14A?
I do.
And what is 14A?
The reservation receipt report, it's a printout version of our records. In the computer.
And when did these start?
First one was August 27, 2015.
Okay, and when does it go through?
October 7th, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2016.
And you recall testifying about people's exhibit 14? Those also were reservation receipt reports, correct? And those were for after this time period, correct? So are these the same records kept in the same way, for the same reasons as people's exhibit 14, just different dates, going back to August of 2015?
That's correct.
And they are kept, made and kept in the normal course of DTM BBTS's business? And these specifically, are they for Lucia Health?
Yes.
I would move to have them admitted this time.
14A and 15A or just 14?
Just 14 right now.
Either that or Robert?
And
I'm sorry, what'd you say? He said 1 second. The court coordinator.
I said, course discretion.
Oh, I thought you said 1
Oh,
second.
no, excuse me.
I didn't hear either. Okay,
you said court discretion.
Right, we need to get rid of these things.
I know, but we just had someone catch COVID or had COVID here Monday.
Really?
But I mean, plastic, I don't know.
Right, and
Plastic.
it's probably all up on the class. If this class hasn't been cleaned, I'm looking at all kinds of dirt and it get wiped off forever.
Allegedly
That makes it
Monday,
maybe worse.
allegedly Monday is wiped off,
Imagine.
as I look through the dust on there.
Right.
Okay. Through the court's discretion, yes, I would admit it as people's exhibit 14A.
15A, do you recognize that?
I do.
And you remember testifying about people's exhibit 15 and that they were audit logs which showed any logins, any, like the detailed record of each reservation?
That's correct.
Okay, are these those same records as people's exhibit 15, just a before time period going back to August 2015?
That's correct.
And these, are they also kept, made and kept in the ordinary course of DTM BBTS's business, just like exhibit 15?
Yes.
And these records, are they for the audit logs for Rufus Chappelle's vehicle reservations that are already admitted in people's 14 and 14A?
Yes.
And they go from August 27 of 2015 to September 30th, 2016.
That's correct.
I would move for the admission this time.
Any objection on 15A?
Judge, I'll take the same stance I took on 15.
And 15. What was your stance on exhibit 50?
Quite frankly, I believe my stance was no objection for exam purposes only, Judge, but I was even in the course of stressing for exam purposes. And if I did object, I would maintain that same objection when we were here 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
I don't recall one, but
I believe it was. No objection. I'll just leave it in the course of stress.
Okay, I will admit it as People's Exhibit 15A.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Hoffmeister testified that the card was, that was used for the gas purchases was assigned to Mr. Chappelle. Was that your testimony?
No, he used the card.
Right, signed card? But he used the card according to what this sheet is, his name's on this sheet, right? But the actual cards that are assigned are attached to the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
They come with the vehicle. That's fair to say. So individuals don't already have their card. Fair to say?
Correct.
So whoever would have signed out this vehicle would have gotten the card, and that's the card that was used to purchase the gas. Fair to say? Yes, sir. Couple of questions with regards to exhibit 14A. Judge Randall,
Yes.
you have a copy of that in front of you? Yes, sir. So I believe we covered this as with 14. So the information such as the actual pickup date, that's generated when the vehicle is actually picked up. For example, is that automatically generated?
When the keys are removed from the electronic key box.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I can't see the witness. You'll just give me what you need.
So the whole system is automated. So when the keys are removed from the key box, that's what triggers that actual pickup date.
Okay, and is that automatically entered into this report, or is it manually put in by somebody?
So it's automatic. This is all data we retrieve from the system. It's all automated.
And down at the bottom, there's information where it says charge, vehicle usage fee, and total mileage charge. You see that?
Yes, sir.
That information, is that automatically generated, or does someone have to manually put that information in?
That is automatically.
And in order for it to be automatically generated, the cost of the state is $14.50 a day. That has to be entered in by somebody as the cost per day, right?
Every beginning of every fiscal year, our rates change, and we have staff that goes in and adds our new rates to start October 1st.
1 second. And just to be clear, like with 14A and all these pickups, these reservations are done either at a kiosk using a code that attached to a person, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Chappelle has his codes and he puts in his codes, or whoever puts in the codes, correct?
That's the user ID and a password.
User ID and a password, and then that's how it's known who's picking up the vehicle. Fair to say? All right, and that's not recorded by video or audio. Fair to say?
It is.
It is.
Every kiosk does have cameras.
Does have cameras?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have any video footage to your knowledge of Mr. Chappelle picking up vehicles?
It doesn't go back that far. I mean, it's,
How far back does it go?
I'm not exact. Just because that's through a whole different department, through security.
So to your knowledge, from any of the times beginning on August 27th, 2015, until the last reservation that Mr. Chappelle allegedly made, do you have any audio or video recordings of him making those reservations?
I do.
And it would also not have any recordings of anyone else making the reservations using this code, correct?
That's nothing.
In other words, there are no recordings.
No. But there may have been at one time, for that.
And you testified you're not sure of the retention policies. May this witness be excused?
Let's, bring in the review. Attorney Chambers. you have anything to say?
What is that?
Wrong.
Thank you.
We'll be here for a while.
Please ask comment. Thank you.
Okay, before Ms. Harmon comes in, that's about 20 minutes. Let's just keep going.
Probably would do direct. We could probably finish direct in about 20 minutes. Right? I say front.
Go on, go.
Okay, sorry. Carmen Robinson, KARMEN. ROBINSON.
Okay, I'll swear you in, Ms. Robinson, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
The door opens right here in front of you, and once you sit down, make sure you adjust the microphone so you can be heard. Whenever you're ready.
Ms. Robinson, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Carmen Robinson, KARMEN.
And where are you currently employed?
State of Michigan, Michigan State Housing Development Authority,
And how long have you had this position?
a year.
And prior to that, where were you employed?
I was employed with the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. It was previously known as Talent and Economic Development, TED.
So the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, that's not TED.
It's Leo,
Leo, got it. And it was previously what?
Talent and Economic Development,
Or TED?
TED, correct.
And what did you do for the Department of Labor and Economic?
I was a labor relations specialist.
What does that mean?
I conducted investigations, disciplinary hearings, grievances, terminations,
And when did you start doing that?
July of 2017.
And who would you do those types of investigations for?
It would be for against employees, sometimes managers, but it was anyone that was underneath, that was an employee with TED or Leo.
And did Leo, formerly TED, have different departments and?
Yes, they had different divisions. One of them was the unemployment insurance agency.
So you did them, not one specific division, but for anything you were assigned,
Correct,
one of which being the unemployment insurance agency.
correct.
And they were an agency under whom?
At the time, it was TED.
And did you in fact, back in 2000 well, let me ask you this, in 2019, you were a labor relations specialist?
Yes,
And did there come a point in time in 2019 that you, in January specifically of 2019, or shortly there before, that you were assigned to do an investigation in regards to Rufus Chappelle?
yes.
And who is Rufus Chappelle?
The African-American gentleman at the table in front.
Could you be more specific? Did you see him in court today?
Yes, I do, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Can you point to him and describe something that he's wearing?
He is wearing glasses and a black suit and a white dress shirt.
May the record reflect who is identified as the maker.
Sorry.
Why were you asked to investigate him in the sense of who was he in relationship to your job?
It was brought to my attention by the DTMD, Department of Management, Technology and Budget, Tribal Services, that he was attempting to use the state of Michigan motor pool vehicle, checking them out without a valid driver's license.
And you were asked to investigate that.
Correct.
And so what did you do as part of your investigation?
From there, I reached out to the Secretary of State to actually get a copy of his driving record to verify that.
What, if anything else, did you get?
I received his driving record, then received the information was his driver's license was suspended since around like.
Jackson, call for this.
I would agree. I'm not asking you what the driving record said yet at this point, but what else, if anything, did you get as part of your investigation?
Well, I first received the notice from DTMB, and then I received the driving record from the Secretary of State.
And did you receive anything in addition to the driving record from the Secretary of State?
Not that I can recall.
With nothing, in addition to just the driving record?
It was a driving record, and the fact that it was suspended, it was a packet of.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
I'm not saying what it says, she's saying what it was.
What was it a part of?
It was an email from an individual at the Secretary of State that provided the driving record.
Conscience still call for hearsay.
Well, I'm not there yet.
Well, she
So,
is.
no,
It doesn't
I'm not
matter what
asking
she is.
him, I'm not asking this witness what information is contained in it, I'm just merely asking, what did she get as part of her investigation?
And she keeps answering with hearsay, so I was just saying, and I know you will get there.
Okay. What, if any, documents were you provided? Tell me like the names of them if you know, or the types of documents they are, but don't tell me yet what information's in them.
The Secretary of State driving record was received, and then from there, I created questions to ask the witness.
So when you say you received notice from DTMB, what type of notice, not the contents of the notice, but what form did this notice come in?
It was a memo provided to me that came from the DTMB Human Resources Director.
And did that then prompt you to reach out to the Secretary of State?
Yes,
And did you already said you received a driving record, it was a packet that you received, is that correct?
yes,
Did you recognize those things that you saw then?
yes,
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as proposed number 17, you recognize it?
yes, that's the notice that came from DTMB.
One second.
It's people's proposed exhibit 17.
I don't know what that is.
You just,
Can you show that to council
That part.
before you provide it to the witness?
I will. Council, you have a photograph of it that I sent to you,
Okay,
in addition to sending it to you in Discovery.
I need to know what you're approaching. So you go up there and approach it. We got a special.
May I approach the people's proposed exhibit 17?
Yes.
You recognize it?
Notice that from DTMB that his driver's license was suspended.
Object to it as being hearsay.
The DTMB notice regarding Mr. Chapel's driver's license, when he was attempting to check out state of Michigan.
Objection, that's all that too.
So the first response, I'm going to strike the record. Second response,
Without telling me what it contains, what it,
It's a memo from DTMB regarding what this,
and was that given to you?
gave it to me via email.
Based on the information that you learned from that memo, is that what prompted you to request the Secretary of State record?
Yes,
May I approach the people's proposed exhibit 16? and people's proposed exhibit 23.
I don't know what the exhibits, what their number.
So seven,
Why I wanted
16 first.
PCC for.
You have 16, that's council seat 16.
No, he's looking at it. May I approach with 16?
You seen it correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Do you recognize people's proposed 16?
Yes, it's Mr. Echols driving record.
Now, Mr. Chappelle's driving record, you received it back in 2019, correct?
Correct.
Was it in a different format than people's proposed 16?
Yes,
Does it contain the same information? Without telling me what was in the information you received, the format and this one, was it in a different, does it contain the same information as the information you received in 2019?
yes,
And in fact, people's proposed 16, that is a certified record from the Secretary of State of the defendant's driving record, is that correct?
yes.
Move for its admission, Your Honor.
For 16,
I object.
I didn't hear you.
I object. Hearsay document, it's not proper. Way to get it through.
Did you hear that? Madam Court Reporter?
Here's the document.
Not the proper way to get it through.
It's a certified copy of his driving record from the Secretary of State. It speaks for itself.
I would allow it under Michigan Rules of Evidence allows certified copies.
I can get the number if you'd like.
Is there a seal of sorts on that, Judge?
I haven't seen it yet.
It's electronically certified and it states pursuant to the statute.
See that?
That's what I believe, that's what it says.
I mean, here's a copy of
Same
it.
objection.
Get it, show him again if you'd like. If you'd like.
I don't think people have seen it yet.
It indicates on here is electronically certified in compliance with MCL 257.204A as of June 27th of 2023. I asked it, the day we ran it. People's proposed exhibit number 23. Take some time and flip through that, please. And tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize.
Is people's proposed 23 part of the information that you received from the Secretary of State?
Yes,
In regards to the status of the defendant's driving record? Or driving status, excuse me. Is that a certified copy from the Secretary of State?
yes, it is.
In fact, first page has got the lovely state seal of Michigan, is that correct?
Yes.
I would move for its admission this time.
This is 23.
Yes.
I think the same objection, Judge, for the record.
It's a certified seal document from the state agency. It's certified.
Under MCL 76611B, 1B. For preliminary exam purposes, a certified copy of any written or electronic order, judgment, decree, document, entry, register of action, or any other record of any court or governmental agency of the state is allowed.
Yes, and under Rule MRA 902-4, certified copies of public records also as well. Yeah.
So I would admit 17 and 18. Can you, once again, describe the document 23, number 23? Because I couldn't hear.
Yeah. Ma'am, just to be clear, People's Exhibit 16 is his actual driving record, correct?
Yes.
And Exhibit 23 they depict the notices of suspension
Yes.
that, well, I'll ask you, what does People's Exhibit 23, what are they documents of?
Sealed document from State of Michigan Secretary of State. Mr. Chappell's order of suspension.
Thank you.
Can you tell from People's Exhibit 23 where that notice of suspension was sent, why it was sent, and what it was indicating to Mr. Chappelle?
It was sent to Mr. Chappelle at 26493. And Lower Point, Southfield, Michigan 48034. And the violation was impeding traffic. Suspension indefinitely, the date is 10/20/2016. And the date that this was sent, it looks like at the bottom of it.
So Judge, no, don't want to object to this. I mean, if this has been entered, then so be it. But why is he reading what's already been entered? What's the purpose of that?
Because I'm allowed to ask questions about the content of the exhibit that's been admitted, Your Honor.
And that's what you need to do, or you want to do?
That's, yes, that's the purpose of the question.
Okay, I'm going to allow for it.
It's no different than asking, what does an MSP lab report indicate the test was? Positive for blah, blah, blah.
And the date was 10/19/2016.
The date of what, I'm sorry.
This document from the Secretary of State.
Does it indicate, either on that page or perhaps the page previous, when it was sent?
Certified mail 10/19/2016.
Now, are there other notices of suspension also contained in that same admitted exhibit?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
This one was sent certified mail 2/24/2017.
And where was it sent? And what was the notice about?
It was sent to 26493 Lower Point, Southfield, Michigan 48034. And the violation says it's drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. And the suspended, it says it's suspended indefinitely effective 2/27/2017.
Is there another notice in that exhibit as well?
Yes. Sent to the same address as previously.
Does it indicate who it's sent to?
It's Rufus Chappelle.
And each of them, does that also have the name?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that one sent?
29316 Glenbrook Drive, Farmington Hills 48331.
And when did it indicate, Secretary of State indicate it sent it?
They sent it on January 11th, 2019.
And what did that notice indicate?
Failure to answer citation or comply with court judgment order of suspension, suspended indefinitely 1/14/2019.
Are there any others? No. Okay. Excuse me. You were asked to investigate Rufus Chappelle in the sense you already testified that you investigate employees, so was he an employee?
Yes, he was an unemployment insurance examiner for the unemployment insurance agency.
And where was his work location?
His work location was Detroit Cadillac Place.
You indicated, before we got into the nitty gritty of the exhibits, that you also interviewed some witnesses, is that correct?
Yes,
And who were those people? Without telling me anything they said to you, who were those people?
I interviewed his supervisor, Tom. Remember his last name, I think it starts with an S.
We're looking at your report, refresh your memory.
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Report, counsel.
Tom Sanfilippo. Pronounced that correctly. And then Rochelle Washington was his supervisor as well.
Can you say the first person's name again?
Tom,
I didn't hear you.
Thomas
And last name?
Sanfilippo, I think you're wrong.
Would you like me to spell it for the record? Ron?
No.
Oh, I would. Okay, SANFILIPPO. I'm sorry. Oh, sure, thank you. Did you gather any records or documentation as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I gathered documentation from UTMB, they were reports, fuel logs, the motor pools, checking in, check out, times. That also had like the vehicle number, the plate, mileage, etc.
Any other documents you collected?
I don't recall any other documents that I collected, that was the main part of it.
Did you collect any documents from the unemployment insurance agency?
I mean, I had like his access to, I pulled like his acknowledgement of the employee handbook, his acknowledgement of like the motor vehicle use when individual hires, work rules, acknowledgement forms, things like that.
How about any scheduling of those hearings?
The supervisor provided me a list of the hearings that the individual participated or was responsible for.
What's
That was from Rochelle Washington.
that would have been documentation of the hearings it was assigned to?
Yes.
And in or have any other exhibits, it seems to be missing exhibit 8. May I approach? What's been previously admitted as people's exhibit number 8, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. It's hearing schedule that the supervisor provided.
And it indicates, people's exhibit 8 indicates where his hearings were held, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know the locations of those hearings, where his hearings were held that he was assigned to?
Detroit Cadillac Place, and the other one was in Southfield, like 25660 West 8 Mile Road.
That's the location of the Southfield hearings.
Correct.
And as part of your investigation, did you talk to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And when and where did you talk to the defendant?
Early March 2019, there was an investigation conference held with him and his union representative at Detroit Cadillac Place.
And where in Cadillac Place did you recall did you interview?
I believe it was a fourth floor conference room.
You said, when was that?
Around March sixth, or it was early March of 2019.
Do you have a copy of your report?
I did,
We're looking at your report, refresh your memory, this is the date that you spoke with them.
yes.
Go ahead and take a look at that and then let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And when did you meet with them?
March sixth, 2019.
And tell me how that, meeting or interview went.
So I opened up the investigation, explaining what possible allegations were. And I asked questions in regards to if he was aware that, regarding his driver's license, if he had a valid driver's license, and if his driver's license was suspended.
So you started off by telling him why you wanted to talk to him?
Correct.
What did you say?
First of all, before we get the investigation conference, he also received notice of the conference and it kind of outlined the
That's not
charges.
responsive to the question, Judge.
I agree.
Yes.
When you met with him and you told him why you were meeting with him, what did you tell him?
I went over the allegation charges.
So what did you say?
In fact, that we received the notice from DTMB that you were checking out, state of Michigan motor pool vehicle. You did not, indicated that you did not have a driver's license. And then I went into the additional questions about driver's license and all the time that he checked out the state of Michigan motor pool vehicle.
Was this the first time that he was aware of what you wanted to talk to him about?
No,
How do you know that?
because I sent him a notice of investigation that's required for the contract prior to the meeting, the investigation meeting.
It's still cost, that costs speculation.
Unless she can testify to acknowledgement of the notice, yes, we don't know, I don't think.
I believe she testified she sent a notice.
Right.
Right, but I don't-
Costs speculation.
But for, the notice can be sent, it doesn't mean that he knew of.
Did the notice that you sent him tell him where and when to go?
Yes,
Did you ever have any phone conversations telling him where and when to go?
no, via email.
So you sent him a notice and you, with the date and time, location,
Correct,
where you wanted to meet, and also you communicated with him by email.
correct.
Tell me about that.
I sent him the notice.
And Judge, I'm gonna ask this without me, because there was no testimony that she did it by email.
Well, she says that she communicated with him, doesn't mean that she communicated back.
That all I said
That
was
was
tell me
getting
about that.
into semantics of words, but it's not, it's my understanding that, so as of now, Ms. Robinson is the only one that has communicated or said anything, or.
Did he show up at this meeting?
Yes, he showed up.
Okay.
You showing up, I mean, this is silly.
I agree it's silly.
But then get on with it. I
That's
mean,
what I'm trying to do, Your Honor. I really am. I am trying to do it.
Did he acknowledge receipt of an email?
Doesn't even matter.
It doesn't,
So why is she asking the question? It's irrelevant, then, Judge. Why don't we move on?
he showed up.
You told him why you were there and what you wanted to talk to him about.
Yes.
So, what if anything did he indicate to you, in regards to the state of Michigan driver agreement?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory?
Sure. Why don't you take a look and read through the whole thing if you need to, so we don't have to go back and forth. I'm sorry. I have no idea where you put it in your. Oh, I don't know. term this. Did you bring anything with you in speaking with Mr. Chappelle?
Yes. I brought copies of the acknowledgement from the GTMB motor vehicle, copies of his sign-offs of the handbook, and the reports from GTMB vehicle services that had all the dates of the checking in, checking out the vehicle.
Did you also have his hearing date? Those hearing, those exhibit 8, with you, the dates and times of his hearing?
Yes,
Did you show all these things to him?
yes, I did.
And in regards to the state motor vehicle driver agreement, which has been admitted into evidence.
Yeah.
People's Exhibit 7, the state of Michigan driver vehicle agreement for the defendant. Did you ask him about that?
Yes, I asked him if that was his signature, and he acknowledged it was his signature on the state of Michigan motor vehicle driver.
Did he indicate to you where his assigned work location was?
Yes,
What did he say?
Troy Cala, like,
What, if anything else, did he indicate in regards to using the state of Michigan automobiles?
he indicated that it was assigned to him. He admitted that he drove it on the weekends. He denied that he had it over the holidays. When asked if there was multiple vehicles checked out and many other individuals use it, he said he did not know.
I'm sorry.
He did, when I asked him if he was, when there was the multiple vehicles checked out, he was
Okay, let
like,
me start with a second. So when you said when there were multiple vehicles checked out, how do you know that? Is that based on records you reviewed?
that was based on the records that I reviewed.
So, in looking at those records, and you asked him what about that?
I showed the document to him and asked him questions. The reason why he had the vehicle checked out at multiple times. Asked him if he let someone else use the vehicle. He responded, he did not know.
He did not know if he let someone else.
Correct.
Use the second vehicle that he checked out.
Correct. And a lot of times throughout the investigation, he did not respond to my questions.
Did you ask him if he had a valid driver's license?
Yes, I did.
How did he respond to that?
He said he did not have a valid driver's license at the time.
Did you ask him anything about, specifically in the notices of suspension and his driving record, which I think I gave to the court? If he, one of those indicates that he had a citation on November 29th, 2016, and November 3rd, of 2018, when he was driving on a suspended license. Did you ask him anything in regards to that? Perhaps he had been pulled over.
Yes, I did. I asked him if he was aware if his driver's license was suspended. And he said no. I asked a follow-up question citing the dates that he was pulled over, and I believe he did not even respond.
So did you ask him if he was notified by that police officer, so to speak, when he was pulled over about the status of his license?
Yes, I did.
And wasn't one of those a citation for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, it was.
Did you ask him about driving the vehicle to go places?
Yes.
What did you ask him and how did he respond?
I asked him if he drove the vehicle on like weekends. I asked, and he said he never, he said he drove on the weekends. I asked him if he drove on the holidays. and he said he doesn't recall driving on the holidays. I asked him if he drove the state of Michigan vehicle to his home. He said he did drive it to his home. And I also asked him if he filled up the vehicles multiple times. He said he did not know if he filled the vehicles up multiple times in one day.
Fill them up, meaning gas.
Correct.
Did you ask him any questions about having vehicles for extended periods?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask him? How did you respond?
I asked him if he had them over the holidays or long weekends, and if I recall, he indicated that he was the only one assigned to cases, so he would take the vehicles, so he could attend the court case or the hearings. Then I asked him if he had him over like the time that he was on annual leave, and I believe he did not even respond to those questions.
Did you ask him for an explanation as to why he would have multiple state of Michigan vehicles out to him simultaneously?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
I believe he did not answer that question.
Like, just remains out.
Yes, he said that throughout the majority of the investigation.
Did you ever ask him anything about filling gas in motor pool vehicles, more than one motor pool vehicle during the same time period?
Yes,
And why he did that?
he said he did not know. He said something along the lines of like, it's possible.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
I wouldn't be wrong with this.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I would not be wrong with it.
Okay.
Ms. Robinson, in January of 2019, you sent notice to Mr. Chappelle, letting them know that his license was suspended, that he should not be reserving any more cars. Is that fair to say? General,
Yes.
and by what means did you send that correspondence?
I sent the notice that came from DTMD to his supervisor that indicated he should not be checking out the motor pool vehicle. And then from there, I launched an investigation.
Did you send it to Mr. Chappelle, though?
I don't recall. I know I sent it to his supervisor to communicate. He was at a different location than myself.
And that was in January of 2019, correct?
Correct.
That's when the reservation stopped, right?
Correct.
In January 2019, correct?
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing if he would have received any actual letters or notices at an address of 26493. I was worried.
I don't have direct knowledge of that, just what was provided to me.
One second. So you testified that once the notice went out to him in January of 2019, he stopped the reservations, that the reservation stopped, correct?
Correct.
Was there any prior notice by you or the department, as far as you know, that was sent to them, they said, don't reserve these vehicles.
I don't have that now. I don't have that information.
You have no knowledge of any prior
Correct,
notice that nothing stopped.
correct.
Redirect.
Why was registration stopped?
Because he was attempting to check out a motor pool vehicle and he did not have a valid driver's license at the time. And DCMV was told in 2017 to start pulling driving records.
But in I'm talking about 2019, council asked you, did the reservation stop after a month? Why would? DTMV knew about it now, right? Say yes.
Correct.
And you said, why did the reservation
He
stop?
did not have a valid driver's license. He was not eligible to check out a motor pool vehicle.
So is it your testimony that if you don't have a valid driver's license, you don't have the ability to check out?
Correct.
That's another part.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. When council asked you about sending notice to the supervisor, that you mentioned it was the notice that you received from DTMV, are we talking about people still for post 17?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Sit down. Good time to break for lunch.
It's okay. Oh, you're fine.
I don't know how to answer that.
I'm gonna ask you about it. Let me, let me answer. Yeah, now. On the record, the people of the state of Michigan versus Rufus Chappelle, case 2160648. Mr. Chappelle's charged with one count of embezzlement, $50,000 more, but less than $50,000 set for an exam. Appearances?
Sean Ryan, B5437, here and I have.
And Your Honor, are in chambers on behalf of Mr. Chappelle, E63956. Mr. Chappelle.
Good afternoon. Okay, you ready for your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, if you recall Thomas and. Thomas San Filippo. Thank you.
Okay, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Door opens right here in the front. Once you sit down, just make sure you speak up the next on a black microphone. in front of you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Thomas Sanfilippo, Sanfilippo.
What do you do currently?
I'm retired from the state of Michigan,
And when did you retire?
August 2021.
And you said you worked for the state of Michigan and retired August 2021. What did you, 2021, what did you do for the state of Michigan? You worked for them?
As a department manager,
For what department?
unemployment insurance agency.
And when did you start working for the state of Michigan?
November of '88.
About when did you start as a manager, or when did you start working for the unemployment insurance agency?
Right from the beginning. It's on my.
All you did?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. The only reason I'm asking that because everything that we say in court today, the woman sitting next to you is transcribing, so the and the ahs and the nods of the head don't transcribe well, so. I'm
I'll
not
try to
trying-
keep it in mind.
That's okay, it's common, it's just normal for people to always, normal day, everyday conversations, kind of respond that way. So if I say, is that a yes or no, that's the only reason why I'm asking. So you always worked for the unemployment insurance agency,
Yes,
and, what types of things have you done for them?
I was a liability examiner in the tax office. Got a job as an enlisted fraud department, and the manager. Basically, the fraud department, they were all, I mean, there's been a lot of different changes. The title is basically the same job.
And when you say changes to the title, for example, Ted, Leo, things of that
Yes,
nature?
exactly.
Okay. But you've always been with the unemployment insurance agency?
Yes,
And that's an agency of the state of Michigan, and it was either under Ted or Leo at some point in time.
correct.
And although you're an employee of the agency, you're technically an employee of the state of Michigan.
Yes,
And when did you become a manager, do you recall?
I don't remember exactly.
Were you a manager for the unemployment insurance agency in 2014?
Yes,
And what did you manage at that time?
it would have been the employer filed claims unit.
What did the employer file claims unit do?
We handle claims for mostly larger employers who want to file unemployment claims on behalf of their own employees, just to make things easier for everybody involved.
How many people were directly underneath you? How many people did you directly?
About 20.
You know the names?
Yes, I do.
How do you know the name of Mr. Chappelle?
I worked with them in the state mission.
And were you ever his supervisor?
Yes, I was.
Do you know what time period you were his supervisor?
I didn't remember exactly, but I guess it's 2014.
And when you were his supervisor, what was like your title? Was that the employee file claims unit still or something else?
Employee filed claims unit manager, yes.
And what was Rufus Chappelle's position in your unit?
He was a lead worker.
What's a lead worker?
He helps the UIA examiners with questions that they have regarding the law, the unemployment law.
Did the agency ever attend hearings? Did employees of the agencies ever attend
Yes,
hearings? Was that ever part of his job description?
yes, it was.
Or part of his job duties, I should say?
Yes.
And what does that mean? What did he do?
Provided testimony on behalf of the agency in ALJ hearings, administrative law judge.
And do you see Mr. Chappelle in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe something that he's wearing?
He's wearing a nice dark suit.
Are you pointing to? I turned my head, I'm sorry. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness is identified as defendant in this case. So reflected. How, did your job duties ever involve, creating or assisting or scheduling of hearings in the sense of assigning them to employees?
I filled in for people who were doing it.
When you say filled in for people, what do you mean? Tell me about the process.
It was a process where employees from different units, my unit being one of them, and then the other 3 or 4 units on the floor, all contributed person, 2 people to attend hearings. And one of the managers on the head, 4 of us, was the one that had the main responsibility for going through the hearings and stuff.
Can you speak up just a little bit, sir? I'm sorry.
That microphone also you can pull off and put in your lap, if you like. The base under.
Okay.
There.
All right.
Can you say that again? You talked about, you said something, I heard about, last thing I heard was 1 of 4.
Yeah, there were 4 managers.
Four
on the
managers.
floor, yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Each of us had, a person or 2 people, that were scheduled to what was called the hearing team. That was under, one of the managers, one of the other managers, not myself.
I missed that first part.
The hearing team was under one of the other managers, not myself.
And who is that?
I believe that was Melanie Harrison Holden.
So are you saying that she was Mr. Chappelle's direct supervisor or you were?
No, it was still a situation where I'm the supervisor.
Okay. Would Melanie Harrison been a manager?
Yes,
Would she be on the same level as you?
yes,
And you said 1 of 4, were the 4 of you, those 4 managers, one being Melanie, yourself, Rochelle, Washington?
yes.
And then-
One Hobson.
Okay. Did each of you play a role in assigning hearings?
At different times, yes.
Who should be assigned to attend certain hearings?
Yes, at different times.
And in fact, did you do something helpful to help, did you create anything to assist in?
I like to think it was helpful. I set up a little spreadsheet to, provide a little organization to it. And, especially if it was a situation where, hearing was rescheduled, we have an examiner who's already prepared for the case. It would be best for the agency, everybody concerned, to have that same person go.
What format was the spreadsheet in?
Excel spread, Excel.
I'm gonna have you pick up what's sitting next to you, I believe is People's Exhibit 8. See if you recognize it.
We get some reading glasses.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes, this looks like it.
And basically, as his workplace was where, sir?
The
Mr. Chappelle's workplace.
Great Boulevard office.
Is that where your office
Yes.
workplace was as well? That's here in Detroit, the Cadillac Building?
Cadillac Building.
Where were the Detroit hearings held?
Cadillac Building.
And as his direct supervisor, let me ask you this, did the defendant ever tell you that his license was suspended while you were the supervisor?
No,
Did you ever give the defendant permission to take a state of Michigan motor pool vehicle home over the weekends
no,
or use them over the weekends? Did you ever give him permission to take a state of Michigan vehicle home over a holiday or use it on a holiday?
no,
Did you ever give the defendant permission to take out more than one state of Michigan motor pool vehicle at a time?
no,
Did you ever give the defendant permission to use a state of Michigan vehicle for personal use?
no,
Did you ever give him permission to use a state of Michigan motor pool vehicle for anything other than work-related duties?
no, I did not.
And who was your direct supervisor?
There was a series of people, the last one, I don't remember the exact name, it was John. Gary Dollar, it's amazing.
Can you say that again?
I'm not positive of the last, his last name is John Gary Dollar. He was, he's in Lansing.
Any supervisors in the Detroit office? Higher than you, I'm sorry. did you have any supervisors, any of your supervisors also located in the Cadillac building?
No, not at the end, no.
Or over the period of time that you?
Over the period
were
of time that
defendant's
were,
supervisor?
right.
Okay, who were they?
Christine Sparks, Bridget Flugas. There were a couple others, I forgot some of the names.
Sure. And were those people, was their work location in the Detroit
Yes.
office? To your personal knowledge, do you know if anyone gave the defendant permission to do the things I've asked you about giving him permission?
No, I do not.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
So you don't have any personal knowledge that anyone gave him permission to do the things you're asked about? Correct? That's what you just testified to, right?
Correct.
And that doesn't mean that that didn't necessarily happen. So you just don't know.
I just don't know, yes.
You said there was 4 managers, correct? You being one of them.
Yeah,
And then during the time, there were a number of supervisors that are above you.
correct.
And the people above you would have authority to tell a person in Mr. Chappelle's work position, what to do while on duty, fair to say?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you testified, I believe that it's part of Mr. Chappelle's work duties to testify at these hearings, correct?
Yes,
It would also be part of his job to investigate, situations or cases with regards to these hearings. Is that fair to say?
I don't know what the term investigate is being here, but certainly he had to do at least an overview of it, yeah.
Deliver subpoenas? Would that be part of the
Yes,
job?
yes, that would be. I forgot about that.
And delivering subpoenas would be done off campus or away from the actual.
Yes,
campus.
yes, that is something I forgot about. It could be.
There could be legitimate reasons why a person in Mr. Chappelle's occupancy or his duty to drive away from the Cadillac building to perform duties, correct?
There could have been, yes.
And he's to do what his superiors tell him to do, within reason, within the law, fair to say.
Yes,
He testified that he never told you that he had a suspended license, correct?
correct.
Did you ever ask him, do you have a suspended license?
No,
He's familiar with a Janice Harlan,
yes.
who is she?
She was my supervisor's supervisor.
Okay, so she's your supervisor's supervisor.
Correct.
And Ms. Harlan would have authority over Mr. Chappelle while he worked there, is that fair to say?
Yes,
You testified you never gave Mr. Chappelle permission to take cars to his residence, is that your testimony? Or keep cars over the weekend, is that your testimony?
yeah, I mean,
Did he ever ask you to?
no,
And he didn't ask you to do any of those other things that you were asked about?
correct.
Nothing.
Defense counsel asked you if one of your supervisors asked the defendant to do something, and you answered yes. And I believe he said within reason in the law. We're talking about work-related things, I assume. Or let me ask you, what do you mean by that? Yes.
I mean, I prefer to work.
Oh, I just want to clarify that, like, go do my banking. Please go pick up my dry cleaning.
Work related is what I prefer.
I
Did you actually see Mr. Chappelle driving state these vehicles?
Did I actually see them? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, that's sir.
Okay.
I believe he's allowed for his free to go, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have to wait in the hallway. You do not want to wait for the results.
Okay, thank you.
SAN. F is in Frank, ILPPO.
2 L's.
I'm sorry?
2 L's. No, it's one, FILIPPO.
People would call Jamie Matthews to see. She's in the witness room.
I'll swear you in, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, it is. The door opens right in front of you. After you sit down, make sure you speak up to the microphone. And if it helps you, pull the microphone a bit closer. Okay. It comes off the stand, the ledge. Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Jamie Matthews, JAMIEMATHEWS.
Ms. Matthews, where do you work?
Vehicle Travel Services in Michigan.
What, if anything, is Vehicle and Travel Services part of?
It's part of DTMB, Department of Technology, Management and Budget. Office of Support Services.
What is your position?
I'm an analyst / executive assistant to the director
The director of,
of OSS.
what does OSS stand for again?
Sorry, Office of Support Services.
Offices of Support Services. And how long have you worked in your current position?
Since 2014. I'm with the state for 27 years.
What did you do before working with BTS?
I worked for Michigan State Police and a couple other departments.
What did you do for the state police?
I was an executive assistant to one of the directors.
And as an analyst or executive management assistant to director of OSS, what do your duties include?
I am the statewide program administrator for travel. I deal with the driver's license monitoring and a lot of different job duties. I also deal with assisting the motor pool area, accidents, executive to the director, scheduling our meetings, sending out complaint emails.
And you said you've been in this position since 2014, is that right?
Yes, correct.
How did you first become involved in this particular case that you're here to report about today?
I monitor the driver's licenses for the motor pool vehicle system.
When you say you monitor them, what does
We have a
that mean?
subscription service that we enter all of driver's licenses from Fleet Commander, which is our motor pool system. And we put those in the subscription service. And when there is a change to the record, for example, a suspension, a restriction, a revulsion, expired license, we're notified of that.
So is that what you mean when you say you monitor that?
Yes, yes,
So you would receive a notification from the subscription system.
correct. And then once I receive that notification, then I would verify that the license is still suspended, revoked, restricted, expired, and then I prepare a letter to the department, to the individual that we put through our HR department and then their HR department.
And is this for all of the state of Michigan employees?
Any employee that's registered in our motor pool system.
And what do you mean by registered in your motor pool system?
If they have a profile for Fleet Commander and Fleet Commander, which is the motor pool system, then they have to indicate their driver's license in there. And so anybody who reserves a vehicle to use for their business use for their job, it goes to our motor pool.
And when and how did you get involved in regards to Mr. Chappelle?
We received the notification that his driver's license was suspended, and therefore I prepared the memo.
Do you remember when that was?
That was in January of 2019.
And then I cut you off, I'm sorry, you prepared a memo.
Yep.
What does that consist of?
The memo just states that the driver's license has been, he has a suspended driver's license, and we went ahead and disabled his profile in Fleet Commander, so we can no longer reserve a vehicle until that is just rectified.
So, by my approach, well, let me try that. Do you remember when you said you prepared the memo? You actually prepared the memo?
Yes, I do.
You drafted.
I prepared the memo. It comes from the director, and I forward it to our HR director, and he then forwards it to the departments.
And that is a memo for what purpose?
Just to notify him that we have.
Who?
Yeah, it would be the individual whose license is suspended, Mr. Chappelle. And they take care of it because it's an HR issue. We have to send it on to HR, and HR has the opinion of getting it to Mr. Chappelle.
So you don't directly deal with Mr. Chappelle? You
No.
didn't send anything directly to him?
Correct.
And do you remember when you sent that memo or notification?
It was in January 24th, 2018.
And you mentioned something about doing something in your system, disabling what again, I'm sorry?
Disabled his profile in Fleet Commander.
What does that mean?
That means that I took him from being active and able to reserve vehicles to disable it, and he no longer is able to reserve vehicles until he provides a notification to us that he no longer has a suspended license.
So that would have been as of what date? The date of the memo, the date you received the information, or something else?
It was between the date that we received the notification from the Secretary of State and the date of the memo that would have been done.
So sometime in January 2019? Is that a yes?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's all right, because the woman sitting next to you is transcribing everything that we're saying, so the mhm and the uhs,
Sorry.
that's all right. So when you disable a person, disable a person's profile, what does that mean?
They can no longer reserve a motor pool vehicle.
What if they try?
They won't be able to log in anymore.
Once you did that memo, what if anything else have you done or were you contacted by anyone who has been investigating?
Yes, the department, Carmen, she's from the department, reached out to us and asked for some additional documentation, some data. Reservations, fuel, we need reserve vehicles.
That was the person that was assigned to do an investigation.
Correct.
Her name's Carmen. Do you know her last name?
It used to be Kratzinger, it's Robinson now.
And did VTS with your department, either you personally or you have a boss, what's his name?
My direct supervisor is Sherry Irwin, but
Okay.
the manager is David Hoffmeister.
Who is he in relationship to you?
He is a manager in BTS.
Someone that you work with?
Correct.
So when Carmen reached out to you folks at BTS, did you pull documentation for her or records for her?
Yes, we did. David and I pulled records from the commander system and gave that information for the investigation.
And did there come a point in time later that you were also pulled additional documentation and information?
Yes, there was.
And what was that additional documentation?
We pulled the remaining fuel records, we pulled the vehicle logs, the registration receipts, or the reservation receipts, the audit logs.
And did there come a point in time when also you were provided information, documentation, or data?
Yes, I was provided with that, Mr. Chappelle's home addresses. I was also provided with the location addresses for the hearings, his official workstation address. He's provided the hearing report that was given by UIA of all the hearings that he was scheduled for.
And what, if anything, did you do with that information?
I took all of that information and I created a document that showed every registration or every reservation in the system. Mr. Chappelle.
May I approach that?
Yeah.
So when you were talking about the information that you were provided, I'm sorry. These documents are heavy. Yep, they did not get out of order, so that's a good thing. So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number 2 that's been admitted to evidence that contains the defendant's addresses.
Yes.
Is that something that you were
Yes.
provided? And is that part of, actually, I'm going to show you this time, show you People's Proposed Exhibit number 21. Do you recognize People's Proposed Exhibit number 21?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is a combination of these records into one whole Excel spreadsheet.
And it consists of information contained in People's Exhibit 2, the addresses, is that correct?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibit number 8, the unemployment insurance agency's hearings schedule and assignments for defendant, is that
Yes, that is correct.
correct? And then People's Exhibit 13, which was
the fuel record, fuel purchases from 2017 to 2019.
And then People's Exhibit 13A,
This is
is
the,
that something you
yes, this
included?
is also, yep, this is for 2029 to 2015 to 13117.
Those are fuel purchases.
Fuel purchases, correct.
People's Exhibit 14 and 14A,
These are the reservation receipts that shows the reservation we received.
can you use that data as well?
Yes, we did.
And then how about 15 and 15A?
These are the audit logs that support
And then how about?
that. Both of those are.
Both of those are the audit logs. So you relied on all of this information and data?
Yes, correct.
So in regards to People's Exhibit, proposed exhibit number 21, in summary, in your own words, what is exactly is this?
This is each reservation that was reserved by Mr. Chappelle. And it includes all of the fuel purchases, all of the dates of the hearings, where the hearings were located. It includes the state holidays are on here. And if you look at the last page, it has the legend of the colors. It also includes how many miles were driven, the cost of the rental, the cost of the mileage.
And that's all data gleaned from all of these?
Yes, it is, from all those documents, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask move to admit this exhibit 21.
I don't care, Judge, I mean, it's not records of what we try to find the business. This is a spreadsheet of sorts that she created on her own from using different documents, like a collage of different documents, and those documents, I would say, is the best evidence, and they've already been admitted.
Your Honor, they would be admissible under MRE 1006, summaries of records. Visibility. Indicates contents of voluminous writings, recordings, or photographs which cannot immediately be examined in court may be presented in the form of a chart, summary, or calculation. And we would be under that rule. It's going to be helpful and demonstrative in painting the whole picture. She's an analyst, and analyzed this data, presented the data, and testified in regards to what it means.
James, you're gonna say something?
I'm gonna call this a summary.
Have you seen document? I don't know. I haven't seen it work yet. Have you gone through it, an opportunity to review it?
I had an opportunity to review it. Yeah.
We went over it with him when we met, the three of us.
What I have not done, and what I have not done, admittedly, Judge, is going through each one of these columns and each one of these little writings in each column and went back and compared them to each one of the writings in each one of the columns within the exhibits that have already been admitted. I mean, that would take forever to do that. The best,
It would take even longer if it didn't have that.
that's not
Go
true,
along
Judge.
with
I don't think it is. I don't think that's true.
That would actually speak to the amount of time that Ms. Matthews has spent.
So what?
So,
So what?
It's a summary of records based off of what I'm hearing. The prosecutor is going through each exhibit that reflects what is in this document, the exhibit, proposed exhibit 21. If you can find anything between now and when it's time for argument that should not be in there, after reviewing, fine, but based off of what I'm hearing from the witness, this is all compiled from other exhibits. And she's walking through, explaining which exhibit it's from and how she compiled it. So I will allow it under MRE.
thank you, Your Honor. Based upon what's already been admitted into evidence that you also were provided and relied on, did you create any additional summaries or analytical analysis?
Yes, I did.
To show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 24. Can you tell me don't tell me what the contents are yet, but just tell me what they're based on, or what it is and how you created it.
This is the actual pickup date and times for each reservation and the number of minutes that there were more than one vehicle reserved. Checked out and used.
Where did that data come from?
That data came from the reservations receipt. That's the reservation document.
And
in here as well.
in here, where?
The yellow, each yellow in this document, in the spreadsheet, is the actual
Are you
reservation
talking about,
information.
are you talking about people's exhibit number 20?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
People's exhibit number 21 in the yellow highlight. Yes,
Your Honor, may I give you this?
it's really heavy.
Okay. And for purposes, counsel, for purposes of the exam, we do have a witness copy. You have a printed copy. I do myself. Do you have any objection to the witness using, referring to the witness copy so the court can review the actual exhibit that's admitted? Counsel, do you have any objection to her using a witness copy?
No, none.
So people's proposed exhibit number 24 comes from what colors, if you will, on
It
exhibit
comes from
21?
the yellow line on each reservation.
Well, I didn't hear the whole question. What was the question?
Sure. Let me ask you a question. Let me strike that and start over. People's exhibit number 21, lots of colors on it, correct?
Correct.
On the back page, is there a color
There is
coded?
a legend on the back page that shows that the yellow highlight is the reservation information.
And it also refers to what other colors you use?
Yes.
Okay, so people's exhibit, proposed exhibit number 24, would be fair to say that it's sort of a further summary of some of the data that's contained in exhibit 21?
Yes, the exhibit 24 is the yellow at the top. It's the actual pickup date and the actual return time
Of a vehicle.
of a vehicle. Correct.
And people's proposed 25. Did you create that as well?
Yes, I did. I took the information in the spreadsheet and I summarized some of the different things that I observed, being the number of reservations and different things throughout the document. I can explain which one I'd like.
But not at this time. Is that fair to say that that's a further summary of additional data contained in people's exhibit 21?
Yes, it is.
And then people's proposed exhibit number 22, can you tell me what that is?
This
I have
is,
a question. For the last exhibit,
Yes.
25, did you say that there was a color associated with it or? there's
for
no color?
24, there is no color associated with it. Except for the green is the pickup and the blue is the return.
Talking about pickup date and time and return date and time,
Yes.
all the vehicle reservation.
Yes. And then you asked me what people's exhibit 22.
Yes.
That is column, the last three columns of the document where it says total rental cost, total mileage cost. And it's the summary of those two. So, for all the reservations in this document.
So basically, that's a calculated analysis of the dollar amounts
Yes.
of usage fee and mileage cost of all the reservations at issue.
Yes, correct.
I hate to keep interrupting. but
No,
did you-
please do.
Did you just, you said last 3 count from exhibit
It's,
21.
I'm sorry, it's the last two and then the total of. The summary, the big document exhibit 21 included, the total reservation cost included fuel.
Correct.
So this document does not include fuel.
Right, okay, so it'll be the last, the
The
sum
sec-
of the second, the third, the second and third counts.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
from exhibit 21, thank you.
And I would ask that those be admitted at this time as well. The evidence under the same order.
Same objection.
Okay. Objection has been noted, I will admit that we exhibit 22 and 25. Am I missing one?
24.
24.
22, 24, 25.
Yes.
Sure. Did you do any other analysis or data plotting, if you will?
Yes, I took the fuel purchases, the locations, and mapped them out on Google Maps onto a map. And I also mapped out the location from his home addresses to his work addresses and to his home address and to his hearing addresses.
I'm going to show you this exhibit, proposed exhibit 18, and 19, and 20. What is 18? You recognize it?
Yes, I do. It is the point of the address of his home to the Cadillac place where he worked and the hearings are located.
And that's page 1, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
It's an exhibit that's 2 pages.
Yep, the second page is, there's a stop at the Southfield hearing, so it's again from his home to the Southfield hearing location onto his work address of the Cadillac.
And what does people's proposed exhibit 19?
That would have
Recognize
been the same thing, but from the other address that he had. So it went from his home address to the Cadillac place, as well as his home address with the stop at Southfield and then on to Cadillac.
So you were provided with 2 home addresses for the defendant, one being a Southfield address, one being a Farmington Hills address, correct?
Correct.
And thus the difference in the 2 exhibits, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recognize people's proposed exhibit 20?
Yes, 20.
How many pages is that exhibit? I just asked you how many pages that exhibit was.
We're proposing exhibit 20.
It's 3 pages.
And what is that?
This is all of the gas locations that Mr. Chappelle fueled the vehicle. And it is the same one, just broadened out so that you can see the different locations better.
And is that for the entire time period or just for?
No,
certain
this
time
is just
period?
for the original offense dates.
That would have been.
That was
October.
10, 14, 16 through 1, 17, 19.
You don't have that.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that we be admitted into evidence.
I couldn't even hear that.
I'm asking that they be admitted into
That's
evidence.
when they, what did you?
These 3 exhibits, 18, 19, and 20.
That person, no objection.
Exhibit 1819, proposed exhibit 1819, can you be admitted?
Okay. Ms. Matthews, let's start by talking about Exhibit 21. So there's a legend on the back page. You kind of walk us through what the headings are, and explain step by step a little bit about what we're looking at, what you did in creating this and what it represents.
Yep, so I'll start with the first reservation. The
Okay,
yellow,
if I sit down, you're on.
the yellow line across, the first yellow line is saying that the type was a reservation. The status was completed,
What does that mean?
that he checked the vehicle in and checked the vehicle out.
Okay.
The type that was billed as hourly/daily. The actual start date and time that he actually picked up the vehicle. The end time that he returned the vehicle and checked it in.
Can I stop for 1 second?
Yes.
What is the usage type meaning what? Hourly rate versus daily rate?
Yes, depending on how long the vehicle is reserved and out for, is whether or not after 6 hours it's done at a daily rate rather than an hourly rate.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, then.
Then we had the actual start time, end time, then the start miles, the ending miles, the vehicle number that was used, the total miles driven, the amount of hours, amount of days
The amount of hours of what?
that the vehicle was used. Then the notes is just the mileage for the last fuel return. So if you look down at the very last record in that group, the vehicle was fueled, and the difference between the mileage that was indicated of 60,516 compared to the ending mileage is how many miles were driven. The reason for the reservation that was entered by Mr. Chappelle on the reservation, the fuel cost, which is a total of the 3 yellow or orange rows. The total rental cost was taken off of that reservation document, as well as the mileage cost to get a total reservation cost. That's the first line.
And let's kind of go down, those are the headings across the top, correct? And how far, this is for each reservation, correct?
That is correct.
And what does each reservation consist of vertically?
Okay, so the first reservation, you can see it starts with Thursday, it's in white. That was the first day that the vehicle was taken. Friday, he had it on Friday. Saturday, he fueled on Saturday after driving 266 miles. Then he had it on Sunday. Didn't have a hearing until Monday. We had 2 hearings, one in Detroit, one in Southfield. Those are the blue. One of those, if you look at the notes, one of those in Detroit was on the phone and one was in person. Then if you go down, the next line is Tuesday, no hearings. He fueled again after he drove 310 miles from the last fuel up. Wednesday, Thursday, and then before he turned it in, he fueled again on Thursday after driving 260 miles.
So this is, so this area right here is a whole reservation.
That is correct.
And so then you kept the title for the second one.
That is correct.
It's just for the record, you say right here.
Okay, I'm sorry, for the record, about the first third of page 1 of exhibit 21, consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 rows. that's one entire vehicle reservation,
Yes, a
okay,
new reservation starts with the gray
the gray.
title and the yellow reservation.
And on the left side, under the heading type,
Yes,
you have reservation in yellow, then I see fuel, hearing, fuel.
correct.
So those in column, in the far left column under type varies.
Yes, it does, depending on what it is. If there's nothing in there and it's white, that means there was nothing that occurred on that day. No hearing, no fuel, no anything. You just had the vehicle.
Okay. So the type column indicates if there was something that occurred, either a reservation and fueling it, them having a hearing, or returning it.
That is correct.
So each time there's a gray across the top of going horizontal is the start of a new reservation.
That is correct. If you want me to continue on?
Yes, please, go ahead.
If you go down to the second reservation, you will notice that the end time for the first reservation was 5:41 p.m.
And what column am I looking at when I look at that?
What is a narrative?
There needs to be a question.
Can you explain further the reservations that you're talking about?
The first reservation in the actual end date column, it says Thursday, 9/3/2015, 5:41 p.m. That is when the vehicle was returned. The next reservation, if you look at the actual start time, it is Thursday, 9/3/2015 at 5:18. Therefore, Mr. Chappelle had two vehicles reserved at the same time.
For a brief overlap, so to speak.
Correct. Then as we continue down, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, no hearings, fuel again on
And what
Saturday.
is the green code meeting on?
The green is a holiday, state holiday.
Okay.
Then the
What
blue,
other color codes are on here with the name?
we have green for state holidays. We have blue for the hearings, orange for the fuel, pink is sick or annually usage. And then
What do you mean by sick or annual leave usage?
if Mr. Chappelle used sick or annual leave on the day that he had a vehicle reserved, that's noted in pink.
Anything else?
And then the light green is training or conference.
So in going through and analyzing the data, what, if anything, unusual or anything that attracted your attention, you noticed?
That would be on my summary of details, exhibit 25. I totaled the number of days that the vehicle was reserved, number of days that Mr. Chappelle had it over a weekend, Saturday or Sunday, which is 294 times. We had a vehicle over a holiday 34 times. Out of all of those days with the vehicle, 1,212, 889 of them had no hearings. 142 reservations had an overlap of vehicles reserved at one time. There was 211 hearings in Detroit, 117 in Southfield, and there was 259 times that Mr. Chappelle fueled the vehicle after his work time, which ended at 5 p.m., ranged from 5:01 to 11:46 p.m. And then also there was 48 times that the vehicle was fueled prior to his start time, ranging between 6:07 a.m. and 7:58 a.m.
And let's talk about People's Exhibit 24. Obviously, you did a summary of the summary, so to speak. Why did you do that, or what did you feel find unusual or drew your attention to this?
The reason that I pulled out this information from the Exhibit 21 was to make it clearly shown that the actual pickup time, return time, and then the number of minutes that there was multiple vehicles. If you look at the colors that are highlighted in yellow, those are reservations that there was a reservation that Mr. Chappelle had a vehicle out and then made another reservation to take another vehicle out during the same time frame or different time frame. But it was during the same that the other reservation was being done. So if you look at page 3.
We're talking about page
3
of
of
exhibit 24.
24. Mill, where it says Friday, 6/23, 2017. He had a vehicle from that date until July 13th. Then on 6/28, he took out another vehicle for 10 days.
We're in narrative.
I
Susie jumping
believe
the
it's-
spots that she wants to jump to.
I
Hey, go to page 3. He did all this. Let's not.
I believe the answer to the question of what, if anything, did you find unusual or attractive?
That's the question, it's a long answer. On page 3 or 4. I'll allow for it.
Thank you for it.
On cases, it's unusual. Judge, you just talk for 3 hours.
Objection, other than Aaron.
You can get a question and answer for me, Judge. She can't control things from the.
Well, she can say what she found unusual, and if it takes more than one line. She said, she asked what's unusual about it, explain. I believe she's on page 3 explaining that he has to be about for 10 days, so.
Go ahead and finish, Ray.
Okay, so from 6/28 to 7/7, he had 2 vehicles out for 10 days. He returned that second vehicle, checked out another vehicle. Actually, he had 3 vehicles at one time because he checked it out at 5:27 p.m. And he had, again, 2 vehicles till the 14th for 7 days.
What's the difference between, so your column of number of minutes with multiple vehicles? And what's the difference between the ones that have minutes, actual numbers in them, and then ones that have numbers in them that you also highlight in yellow?
The ones that I highlighted in yellow are the ones that he had multiple vehicles.
I see.
For more than a few minutes, a couple hours to exchange the vehicles or whatever he was doing.
So for example, on page 4 of 4, because I happen to be on that page, number of minutes with multiple vehicles, 19 minutes. That's like a 19-minute overlap.
Yes, he checked, so that one would be for the very first one. He checked out a vehicle, he had a vehicle from 2/2 to 2/9. He returned that vehicle on 2/9 at 6:25 p.m., but he had already checked out another vehicle at 6:06 p.m. So he had 2 vehicles checked out in his name for 19 minutes.
I have a question. On page 4, about halfway down, where it says 562 in the far right column.
Yes.
Why is that not highlighted?
Because he didn't have 2 vehicles at the same time for that extended amount. So on 8/15, he had a vehicle, he returned the vehicle at 5:13 p.m. And he had checked out the other vehicle at 8:51 p.m. So it didn't go over.
So the column title where it says number of minutes with multiple vehicles only applies to the yellow.
No, it applies to all of them, except unless they have 0 minutes.
So I guess the question is, what was your threshold for highlighting one in yellow versus not?
Pretty much about 4 or 5 hours. Anything over that is what I highlighted.
Any particular reason?
No, just the highlighted ones were really just to show that it was a vehicle that was he already had it reserved. He took out another vehicle and conducted whatever during those hours.
But isn't that what all of them that have a number in the far column
Yes.
indicate?
Yes.
those just caught your attention?
That's
Maybe
correct.
more?
They were a little bit more than what,
Yes.
yeah.
Are you aware of any reason that a state of Michigan employee would need to have two vehicles checked out at the same time for work, even for work purposes, under any circumstances?
No, I do not.
Let's talk about People's Exhibit 18 and 19, which I know the court has, I believe, the only copy, but do you remember them without looking at them?
Yes, those are the ones from the Mr. Chappelle's home too.
Okay, and why did you make that, and what, if anything, did you find significant?
The reason I made that is because the official workstation of Mr. Chappelle is in Detroit at the Cadillac Place, and the motor pool vehicles are also housed in the Cadillac Place. And the hearings that he attended were also in the Cadillac Place. And then also for the Southfield location, the Southfield hearings were on his way home or on his way to his official workstation. So there should not have been a reason for a vehicle.
I'd object to that last part.
Unless you have some reason for not to be stricken, because that question wasn't asked.
You can strike it, that's fine, but I will follow up in the sense that, let me ask you this question. The defendant lived north of the Southfield hearing address, correct?
Yes, that's
Either in
correct.
Southfield or Farmington Hills.
Correct.
And the motor pool location to pick up a vehicle was in Detroit.
That's correct.
So if an employee who lived in either Southfield, north of the hearing location, or Farmington Hills, north of the hearing location, who wanted to use a motor pool vehicle to attend the Southfield hearing, it would be fair to say they'd have to leave their home, drive all the way to the Cadillac building where the motor pool vehicles are kept, reserve a motor pool vehicle out of Detroit and drive all the way back to Southfield to attend the Southfield hearing.
That would be correct.
And then return that motor pool vehicle to the Detroit motor pool vehicle location, pick up their own vehicle and drive all the way back home, passing again the Southfield hearing address all the way back home north or south into their Southfield address or their Farmington address.
Yes, correct.
All within work hours.
Correct.
Did you indicate on there, both exhibits, there are 2 pages. The first, if my recollection is correct, is the direct drive from a home address to the Cadillac building, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
the
correct.
second one was as if a person would leave that address, stop at the Southfield and go to Detroit or vice versa.
Correct.
And if you recall, without looking at it, if you can't, and if looking at it with refresh your memory, what's the mileage difference of driving to your work location or stopping in
To
Southfield?
give you exact, I would have to look, but I remember correctly, it was just a few miles.
Looking at it, refresh your memory.
You have to answer this.
Oh, yes.
Judge, what's the relevance?
I think it's extremely relevant, Your Honor, from the perspective of reason and common sense, in the sense of wasn't given permission to take the vehicles home.
Don't know that.
That's the evidence on this record.
That is not, Judge.
That is the evidence on this record.
Well, let's get back to the difference in the mileage from
Okay.
going to the Southfield location,
Fair enough.
directly to Detroit location. That was
Is
the question.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, the difference is from the home to Detroit is 16.8 miles, and from home to Southfield on to Detroit is 20.8. So less than 4 miles?
That's
4 miles?
That's for one address.
You wanna know why- You're asking why is that relevant?
I mean, I'm gonna have to ask on record, they don't know where the hell they live, Judge. They don't. So, they have these 2 addresses, and forgive me.
Please.
But they have two addresses for him. They don't know where he lives, but I'll get you that.
Well, I believe the testimony that he provided those addresses.
At some point, yeah, they don't know, man. They don't.
Two
We'll
things.
figure it out.
He provided that information from his personnel records that was testified to right
I
now.
remember.
And number two, the notices of suspension, they go to, by law, to the address that a person lists, the Secretary of State's office, that is their address. You did traffic, and DPW did, you had indicated previously, driving on a suspended license ticket, you send notice to the last known address that they have on file, that the person is responsible for updating if they move. We all know if you get a new license, we all know that if you change addresses, the law requires you to change your license with the Secretary of State's office. So we know he lived at those addresses by both of those things. That's the evidence on the record at this point in time.
Okay, so we're less than 4 miles difference between his listed home to the Southfield location and his listed home to the Catholic. Right.
Thank you. Let's talk about People's Exhibit 20. Why did you plot those data points, and what significance of any?
These have been admitted, so I don't, she doesn't have to.
They have been, yeah, she's got a copy of those
Okay.
later on.
That was my mistake when I said she had to answer the question to refresh.
No, the other two, she did not have a copy. I didn't have an extra copy of
But I was
that.
just saying she didn't have to refresh her recollection if they were admitted.
Oh, that's true. Good point. Thank you. Let's talk about, exhibit number 20, why you plotted that data, why you felt it was relevant or important.
It does not matter why she feels it's relevant, Judge.
Well, she's the data analyst, Your Honor. I think she's qualified to testify as to why she plotted the data, what it means.
She's already testified to what it means, Judge. It's where the vehicles that were taken out in his name were gassed. How many times do we have to do that?
Well, why is it relevant to her? I'd like to know.
Why is that relevant to you or unusual to you, if it is?
The first page, if you look, it shows that there was multiple, locations that were gassed outside of the Detroit area. As well as if you look at page 3, which zooms in, all of these gas are within how many miles, very close to his official workstation.
They are or are not?
They are. Yes.
If you did not answer completely yes, but if it's a new topic though.
No, I just want to point out that, for example,
No,
That's
Judge.
about to be a question.
Okay, is there anything, any other reasons why you put in that data?
yes, if you look at that first page, there is a location in Jackson that it was fueled, but there was no hearing in Jackson. And I can say the same for some of these other ones in Lansing, Flint. There's Grand Rapids area, Mount Pleasant.
Fair to say that those are distances from 8 Mile and Southfield and Cadillac.
Yes, correct.
Now, I know you've done these summaries, and if I'm beating a dead horse, I'm sure the court will
I was just thinking it in my head.
tell me, okay? Because I think when you really look at the spreadsheet, Your Honor, and go through some of them, for examples, they really stand out. However, if the summaries of the summaries are beating a dead horse, I don't want to be cumulative and repetitive. I obviously want to make the point of people's position in regards to why this is a crime and not just not a crime. But the other, go ahead, I'm sorry, you can say something.
No, I didn't think.
I mean, would it be fair to say, Ms. Matthews, you could go page by page?
That right there is all it is.
I haven't even finished my question. if we were gonna page by page, and these are 80, how many pages? 50 some pages long.
In exhibit 21.
Yes. If we went page by page, did you not, or something else, find anything unusual or that attracted your attention that we could go through that would be relevant to these charges?
Yes, all the days that there was no hearings and the vehicle was used, along with vehicle use over a weekend, over a state holiday.
And even those hearings being in Detroit, his workplace,
Yes,
same building,
yes.
and as you testified to,
Once again, that's leading judge. It's
Fair enough, I'll move
repetitive,
on.
it's asked and answered.
I'll move on. People's Exhibit 22, when you added up the columns of all the days, all the reservations, the vehicle usage fees, and the mileage fee, what is the total amount of the use of the state of Michigan motor vehicles?
$47,214.85.
At this point, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Now, any these notes, were anything unusual? You don't know any damage done to these vehicles, correct?
Damages in, like an accident?
Any damage done to the vehicle?
There was an accident in that vehicle.
Okay, in a vehicle? Okay, there was an accident in the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's out of all these reservations, there's a car accident, correct?
Correct.
One time, right?
That I'm aware of.
And this extends over what, approximately 3-4 years?
Correct.
Any of these vehicles come up stolen?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Do you have any?
Objection, Your Honor.
Because she wants to, I mean, why did she just say no, Judge? Why?
She said she can't answer that.
Yes, she said she can't
The question
answer
is,
that.
why can't she answer?
Huh? What?
Why can't she answer?
Right, why
I
can't
don't
she?
know if she can answer that.
She said she would.
Right, I mean, yes, you
Whether
can,
she
Judge.
know? Do you know the answer to that?
No, I do not know
She
the
went-
answer whether or
she
not
went-
they were stolen, if anything was stolen.
According to her, Judge, she went through every single reservation. She made this long 80-some page spreadsheet with regards to every reservation that he did.
Question he asked is, are you aware of any being reported stolen? How would this witness have knowledge if there's a police report out there somewhere in existence of some vehicle?
Every last one of them have been returned.
I guess that would be the appropriate question then.
Don't tell me how to ask my questions. I'm asking whether or not any of them were stolen.
Well, if you did
And she
like-
knows that answer, and she's avoiding that answer, Judge, for whatever reason, she's avoiding that answer.
Her answer is her answer. Unless you got something to show, she's telling a lie, you want a feature, go right ahead.
Every last one of these cars that were taken out were returned, correct?
That is
They
correct.
just didn't return when you wanted them returned, when you like to have them returned, fair to say?
Objection.
All right, I'll move on, I'll withdraw that. You testified that he had 2 addresses, correct?
That's what I was provided.
That's what you were
correct.
provided? When did he live in the Southfield address?
That's based upon the information that I was given from Secretary of State from the department.
That's when he lived there, based upon the information you received?
I
as
can't
Secretary of
answer that
State?
question, sir.
Okay, when
I'm
did
not
he
Secretary of
live,
State.
when did he live at the Farmington address?
Can I see the paper?
What paper are you referring to?
There was an exhibit that listed from Secretary of State, the,
Yes.
Well, no, I'm asking whether you have direct knowledge as to where.
I
when
have
he
direct
lived.
knowledge of what was provided to me, sir.
Okay, so what was provided to you?
If
Do you
it's an
have-
exhibit, she has the opportunity to review it, to look at it. If it's been admitted, she can look at it and answer the question.
Yes, the information that I used was exhibit 2, and I used the address that was on file with the Secretary of State.
Okay, when was that on file with the Secretary of State?
26493 was 26 of 2004. Also on 2/7/2013. And 26524 was on 2/13/2016.
Wait, what was the date?
Which,
Oh, you said 26. You gave the address.
26524 Isleworth Point is on 2/13/2016. 29613 Glenbrook was 11/12/2016. And the same address, 29316, I believe there was a typo, 7/29/2018, corrected in the Secretary of State system. Or,
You think that last address and date?
29316 Glenbrook Drive, 7/29/2018.
Islesworth was 2013, correct?
Ellsworth was from 2004 through 2016.
2016 or
That's correct.
2013?
26493 Ellsworth Point was 2/6/2004. And it was not changed until 2/13/2016. There was another address on Isleworth. And then it was changed to the Glenbrook address on 11/12/2016. Per this document.
That's for that document, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever send any investigators out to the Islesworth address?
Myself,
Yeah.
I don't deal with
Do
investigations.
you have any knowledge as to whether or not any investigators come out to the Islesworth address?
I have no knowledge.
You never saw Mr. Chappelle driving these vehicles, correct?
No, I did not.
And as far as these particular vehicles are concerned, of which you documented, you don't know, you never saw any individual driving, fair to say?
That's fair to say.
You just know they were checked out, correct?
They were reserved by the employee, correct?
They were reserved by someone who typed in the employee's information, fair to say?
It's the employee's ID number
The
and
employee's ID
password.
number, correct.
Correct.
The employee's ID number and password were used to check these vehicles out, correct?
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
does he have to put those, does the employee have to put that same information in the return vehicles?
Yes, he does.
All right, fair to say. Did any of these vehicles have trackers on them?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you don't necessarily know yourself as to whether or not when a vehicle is returned, that vehicle could be returned to that spot and for whatever reason, just simply not checked back in or not gone through the system at that time, but could possibly be sitting right there at the return spot for a particular amount of time. Would you have any knowledge as to that?
No, I would not.
One second. And within the charts, all this information that you put in these charts, you strictly got off the other documents, fair to say?
That is correct.
You didn't inspect any of the mileages on any of these vehicles, fair to say?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Ms. Matthews, is there anything that I have forgotten to ask you in regards to People's Exhibit 21?
Judge, that's an inappropriate question.
Well, it's completely appropriate. I haven't even finished my question yet.
Anything I forgot to ask you?
I ask it of every single expert, not that I'm asking that she's an expert. Is there anything relevant? My question is, if I could finish my question, and then the court can rule based on whatever you suggest to. Is there anything else relevant that neither one of us have brought up, data-wise and analytical-wise, that you feel was important in your preparation, and analyzing this data in this case?
Without going through the document one by one
There's an
reservation.
objection on the, I'll object, I'll object as to the format, it's speculative, I mean, it's irrelevant. What she thinks is important or relevant. She wants to have a direct question to a specific topic, then fine.
And I believe I can ask that question. Is there anything that no one has addressed that you relied on, that you feel is relevant to why you included the data, analyzed the data, made summaries, summaries of the data that we haven't brought to the court's attention?
She's already asked that, basically.
It's relevant, but I will allow it, and I hope that the answer is short.
I suspect it is.
Without going through each reservation one by one.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
So let's
These are your
make sure we don't take any red ones.
Huh? That's all I have.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't have any further witnesses at this time.
Okay, any defense witnesses?
No.
All right, so here's my question. I don't know how long argument will take. You want to take a 5 minute break? Come back?
I was gonna say, and I didn't know how long the court wanted to review anything, if at all, exhibits, however, whatever important.
Take a 5 minute, 10 minute break. We're back on the record as the people of the state of Michigan versus Rufus Chappelle, case 2106-0648, appearances.
Sean Ryan, on behalf of people, 854.
Ronnie Chambers on behalf of.
Okay.
One problem I would have with witnesses can't be here though, is that there's gonna be argument with regards to testimony. We're not supposed to be discussing testimony amongst ourselves. I don't think it's appropriate that they hear us as attorneys speaking on what these particular individuals may have testified to.
Arguments are not evidence. Administration is to witnesses' testimony.
It's also to them talking about their testimony to each other as well. That defeats the purpose if they can hear us talk about it.
How do we know we got it right? Maybe your memory is gonna be different.
Well, here's the transcript would probably be.
I was just gonna say,
And they can read that till their eye bleed, as long as they want to use the same words. So, I'll allow that interjection.
Thank you. Obviously, I know the court has a copy of the jury instructions. And at this time, I'm gonna ask the court to bind the defendant over on the charge, the amended charge that I had proposed at the beginning of the exam. That on or about September 3rd, 2015 through January 17th of 2019, that the defendant did commit a crime of embezzlement, 20,000 or more, but not greater than 50,000, as I cited in the my citation at the beginning of this exam. MCL, excuse me, 754.74, parentheses 5, parentheses A, that being the 10-year and $50,000 felony. That the defendant being an employee of the state of Michigan, excuse me, that the defendant being an employee of the Michigan Unemployment Insurance Agency and the state of Michigan, in essence, did convert to his own use without consent of the principal, the use of state of Michigan vehicles. And I am going to ask the court to, that the information read use of state of Michigan vehicles, including gasoline consumption, because that is part of it, although the amount is not separate as originally believed. It is still the use of gas, and it is encompassed in that mileage fee. So for purposes of the language, I would ask that be included on the information. And Judge, when you look at the elements, first that the property, in this case, the use of the state of Michigan vehicles, belong to the state of Michigan. They were leased, the testimony was that they were leased by the state of Michigan, on like a lease to own, if you will, type of situation. As the leasee, the property belongs to them. They lease it from their vehicle company. Second, and I think that David Hoffmeister testified to satisfy that element. Second, that the defendant had a relationship of trust with the state of Michigan or the Michigan Unemployment Insurance Agency, i.e. the state of Michigan, because the defendant was an employee there. You've heard testimony from his direct supervisors, from Gary Lardy. I don't think that's really an issue in this particular case. Third, that the defendant obtained possession or control of the property because of that relationship. You've heard testimony that this is a motor pool system that's set up for state of Michigan employees, and specifically People's Exhibit number 9, to provide cost-effective motor vehicle transportation services for use by state employees or agents on official state business. If he weren't an employee of the state of Michigan, he would not have been able to access or be given access to this property, being motor pool vehicles. So because of the nature of his relationship being a state of Michigan employee, he was able to access and obtain possession or control of that property. Fourth, that he converted the property to his own use. Fifth, that at the time the defendant did this, he intended to defraud or cheat the state of Michigan of that property or use of that property, uses of the state of Michigan motor vehicles, and the fair market value $20,000 or more or less than $50,000. in essence, he reported in People's Exhibit number 2, his own addresses going back to 2004 at that Ellsworth Point address in Southfield. It remained that way until 2016, where he changed it to Glenbrook, which is in Farmington Hills. He updated it again in 2018 in July, according to Exhibit 2, also to Glenbrook, same Glenbrook address. Testimony from Gary Marty is that this document is a screenshot from their Furman system, which is the employee state of Michigan system that he goes in, employees go in and self-report their addresses. We also know he lived at those addresses because of People's Exhibit 23, which is the notices of the suspension that the Secretary of State sent out October 20th of 2016. Rufus Chappelle at the Southfield, Islesworth address. Also, subsequent violations, including a driving while license suspended citation he received in 2017, is also sent to that same Islesworth address. There was one further in 2019 that went to the Farmington Hills address. The law in the state of Michigan under these types of services only require that the Secretary of State send the notice of suspension out to the address they have on file with a person who has an operator's license. It is also required by law that anyone who moves who has a license in the state of Michigan must report their change of address. So again, additional evidence that he lived at those addresses during the time period of the offense date was charged. No, it's not really the focus obviously has been a lot on that he didn't have a license. However, he didn't have a valid license. He did not have a valid license for the entire period of time. So even if he had a valid license, what he was doing and what the evidence shows and the exhibit shows is that he did convert it to his own use, even if he could have been driving if he had a license. But the fact, even in addition to the fact that during most of that time period of 2016 through 2019, he wasn't even eligible to drive. And he was provided notice from the Secretary of State of the fact that his license was suspended, even makes it more evident that he was using these vehicles for his own use purposes. The reservations are made through testimony by a unique employee ID. Every employee is given a unique employee ID, kind of like a social security number, and that is your user ID, and then you create your own personal password. All of these reservations were made using his employee ID, no one else's. Same thing with the vehicle. And why I felt that the gas was relevant is because it showed also his employee ID, that an employee is supposed to put in at the gas pump as saying, I am the one using this vehicle. So it's corroboration that it's actually this defendant who reserved these vehicles was driving them because he was gassing them using the same employee ID during the course of having them during those reservations. That is self-entered at the actual gas pump. When you look at People's Exhibit 21, which is that large summary, and then breaking them down even further, People's Exhibit 25, 24, 25, and 22, the data of the number of the reservations, the total days with a vehicle. He had a vehicle or more than one vehicle on 1,212 days from the time period of August 27th, 15 through January 17th of 2019. Days over the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, 294, holidays, 34. Those are not days where official state business would at all be being conducted. His work The testimony was that his work hours were, days and hours were Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Therefore, he would not be conducting official state of Michigan business on holidays where the state's closed, observing a holiday, and Saturdays on Sundays. The times, multiple vehicles checked out at one time. The number of hearings in Detroit, there would be absolutely no need for him when all he had to do was take the elevator or the stairs to go to a different floor, to a different room from his workplace to a hearing in Detroit. No reason at all there would be a need for a motor pool vehicle on the dates of hearings in those places, in that particular place. Number of hearings in Southfield. I make the argument to the court that there's not even a need, or it doesn't make reasonable sense to even have a motor pool vehicle going from your home, which is further than the hearing, that you have to go all the way to Detroit to then go back to where you came from, to then return it back down to Detroit, to then drive home past again your hearings in Southfield. He didn't need a motor pool vehicle to attend any Southfield hearings. And he certainly, when his license was suspended, had no legal authority to be taking and driving any vehicles on a suspended license. The multiple vehicles is amazing evidence in the sense of specifically what Ms. Matthews pointed out. When you even look even further at the detail on Exhibit 21, the multiple vehicles over 10 days, 7 days, including holidays, is all evidence to establish that he was using these vehicles, converting them to his own personal use and not for official work business. And he intended to defraud or cheat the state of Michigan the amount of money of the $47,000 in the manner that he had no reason to have those vehicles, for the reasons I've already argued. And obviously the value is 20, but less than 50. Based upon all of that, it's the people's position that we have established probable cause to believe that this defendant did commit the crime of embezzlement over 20, but less than 50. To reserve any further argument for rebuttal. I would point out also, I'm sorry, that in exhibit number 6, that he acknowledged through exhibit 2, paragraph 2 of exhibit 6 specifically required him to report immediately to his immediate supervisor if his license was no longer valid. Both of his immediate supervisors covering the time period 2014 to 2019 both testified that Mr. Chappelle never came to them or notified them that he did not have a valid license. We know what that would have meant based on DTM DBTSS's employees' testimony. Those, the ability to reserve a vehicle would have been basically shut off in essence, and when they did ultimately learn about it in 2019, it was shut down. Again, I'm going to reserve any further argument rebuttal. Thank you, Your Honor.
May I sit? Now, we object to the bind over judge. One of the first argument that there's no intent to defraud here. And to me, the intent to defraud on People versus Hertz, MISH 276, that's an 1886 case. The intent to defraud must exist at the time of the conversion, Judge, as People versus Argument 218, MISH 236, it's a 1996 case. And further argue, Judge, that there's no actual conversion, did not exercise dominion or control over these vehicles against the interest of the actual owner. That would be People versus ICF 106, MISH 2 659 and 666, 1981 case. The testimony, Judge, is that the state of Michigan leased these vehicles. I believe the testimony was that they weren't the owners that leased the vehicles. Nonetheless, Judge, if they get to the dollar amount, where I don't believe they get to the dollar amount either. We have the complainant in this case is the state of Michigan, who came up with these numbers that they're using per day of rental or per day that the vehicle is out, and some dollar amount for each mile driven. This is an amount that the state came up with to bill a state entity, basically bill itself. The entity that Mr. Chappelle works for. Where is the intent to defraud here of $20,000 to $50,000, Judge? I don't see where we get there on any of those matters. There's been talk of him and his suspended license. When Mr. Chappelle would have actually himself realized his license was suspended, maybe a question here. We know that the agency told him in January of 2019. That's when he stopped taking these cars out. For whatever reason. So yeah, there's been also today a lot of testimony about situations where multiple vehicles, let's just, when we say multiple vehicles being taken out at the same time, we're talking about two vehicles supposed to be out at the same time. The majority of these times, Judge, that I'm looking at here are under an hour, under 2 hours. There's some that say they're longer. I don't think that show with any intent to defraud at all. You don't know where those vehicles actually were at that time. Those vehicles could have just as easily been sitting right there to check or check in. End of the day, Judge, there's a dollar amount issue here. How they get there, every last one of these vehicles that was taken out was returned. There was testimony there was one accident during this time. That accident obviously does not, I would say obviously, does not indicate any type of fraudulent activity or intent to defraud. We can't show that he used these vehicles against the interest of the actual owner, Judge. Whether that actual owner is the state of Michigan or whoever actually owned the vehicles and whom the state of Michigan were leasing these vehicles against, Judge. State of Michigan's out no money here. We're basically talking about budgets. And I mean, the state of Michigan is billing themselves. They bill certain departments, and then certain departments may have budgets, but random dollar amount, Judge, that the state of Michigan came up with what they charge a particular entity, which is their own entity, not charging me. So I would object to the bond open for the above reasons, Judge. Thanks, Gary.
Well, does the court wish to hear anything further from the people?
Large, exhibit 21, is that the large?
Yes.
And just to be correct, the amount that the people are stating that the defendant embezzled is worth $47,214.85.
Yes, for purposes of yes, for purposes of restitution, for purposes of the elements, it's over 20 under 50, yes.
And I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There has been testimony that he has had a number of hearings scheduled during these times. There's also been testimony that part of his duties is to drop subpoenas. The place where he would drop subpoenas would be at different locations outside of the Detroit office. And he would appropriately do jobs that his superiors tell him to do. There's no way of knowing what they believe is work and what's not. When the car is being used and when it's not being used against their so-called interests.
Just try to respond to that in the sense of those are hypothetical questions. If a supervisor, there's no evidence on this record that in fact did happen. What your evidence is that is on the record is that when an employee makes a reservation, it is a reason for self-reporting. And there's been no challenge to the value in the sense of council didn't go through and challenge any amounts in the sense of this is for this is for that. And frankly, when he doesn't have a license, he can't be driving legally anyway. So really it's irrelevant if he was actually even on official duty to go serve a subpoena anywhere when his license was suspended in the first place.
Which is irrelevant to the charge.
So I would say this, if he had, whether he had a valid driver's license or not has nothing to do with the elements here. I know it's how the investigation began. I understand that how you all got to the investigation, but whether he had a license or not, that's a misdemeanor.
That is correct, but I think it shows his intent to defraud the state of Michigan. He didn't present all the evidence, obviously, to the court preliminary exam, but I mean, it is a piece of the puzzle of his intent from the perspective. But you are absolutely right; it's not an element of.
And I'm not going to spend the rest of this 12 minutes that we have before the court closing to go over all of the evidence. I think we are very clear about the testimony. This will be question of fact with prior fact. This is a probable cause hearing, and probable cause has been met. Briefly, I will go through the elements. I believe ACA Ryan did summarize in the very beginning of the argument. One, as probable cause saying that people have to show that first the property, in this case, state of Michigan vehicles, vehicle and or vehicles belong to the state of Michigan. In this case, they did through a lease agreement where the vehicle were leased to then own or then sold or kept depending on the vehicle and the amount of mileage. That was testimony from the witness Hoffmeister. Second, that the defendant had a relationship of trust with the state of Michigan because the defendant was, in this case, the state of Michigan unemployment insurance examiner hearing officer. That was through Witness Lardy and several exhibits, including 2, 3, 4, and 5. There were others, but those were the main, establishing that the defendant did have a relationship of trust with the state of Michigan, and what his role was that he acknowledged his role as an unemployment insurance examiner. Third, that the defendant obtained possession or control of the property because of this relationship, that property being the state of Michigan vehicles, as part of his role as an employee from the state of Michigan, by using his employee ID to make reservations and to obtain possession and or control of vehicles and purchase state-funded gasoline for those vehicles. That element has been satisfied. Fourth, that the defendant converted the property, being the vehicles in this case, to his own use. On this element, be a question of fact as to what would be considered personal use. There is testimony, especially from very detailed last witness. Ms. Matthews, who provided Exhibit 21, which summarized many of the exhibits into one large spreadsheet or what seems looks like an Excel sheet in color summarizing the amount of usage that was outside of the days that he was supposed to be working. 294 days of weekend use, days that the official state business was not occurring, which occur based on his role should not have been utilized. And several other instances where vehicles were seen as though multiple vehicles were checked out at the same time. And she emphasized for over a period of, I believe it was, please correct me, how many hours? 3 to 4 hours, she stated. Okay. There were several instances when that was happening and that occurred. And that was done without the consent, based on the testimony, without the consent of the state of Michigan, who will be the principal here, or anyone who supervises the defendant. Fifth, is I believe is the element that would be most contentious. Fifth, that at the time the defendant did this, he intended to defraud or cheat the state of Michigan of some property. Jury instructions for defining the fraud state that someone is cheating or deceiving, usually to get money, property, or something else valuable, or to make someone else suffer such loss. In this case, I do believe there is a testimony to show intent and probable cause standard, that there were actions made to deceive and to receive property, and to, in my opinion, suffer some type of loss. I know Attorney Chambers, you said this is part of the budget. However, these are taxpaying dollars, and it's all state employees who had access to Michigan State or state of Michigan vehicles were operating for personal use, and we would have to change some account streams so that we could supplement for people using state vehicles for their own personal use on the weekends or holidays. Six, that the fair market value of the property or amount of money embezzled was $20,000 or more, but less than $50,000. In this case, $47,214.85 was the number provided through the final summary through Ms. Matthews, and that almost reached the 50,000 threshold. And I believe even if some numbers were subtracted based off of the overlap for multiple vehicles, it would still be more than sufficient to meet the $20,000 threshold. I am going to bind you over, Mr. Chappelle, to Third Circuit Court. So that will be, you are out of custody. Your arraignment information date will be 2 weeks from today. So it will be July 21st, 9:00 a.m. And I don't know if you will be in person on Zoom. It will depend on who the judge is. So it'll be 9:00. Wow, ready? Yes. Thank you, and you're welcome.